because I still got to check it on the other side to make sure that it's coming up on my YouTube end. Hold on, people. The only way to make sure I get this right is to fucking just go ahead and do it, right? That's the only way we're gonna do it, right? Is to just go ahead and do it. So let me check everything. Let me make sure everything is up to par. Let's make sure. Let's see if YouTube gonna fuck with me today, boy. Okay. I'm a little blurry here. Yeah. So look, give me a minute to get it together. Lens is a little blurry, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Remind me later. Okay, that part. It's 9 o'clock. I told you I was gonna do it. Oh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good, y'all. Ah, fuck. I gotta find it on a better. I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta find it on a better stream though. Damn, I really don't want to fuck with MSNBC though. I really don't fuck with them. Hold on. Yeah. We don't give a fuck. Y'all fucking with me? Bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. Bear with me, my good people. Talk about it. Let's go. All right, let's see if we can do this.
Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our
Well, I
allies,
don't see.
focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing,
What, you got a
focusing
block
on
on
what
it?
we need to do to support America's workforce.
philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end
Oh,
of our
you know what?
country.
I think I
She's a
know what it is.
Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country,
There we
and when
go.
you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21.
There we go.
That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has
There we go. All
destroyed
right.
our
We on
country
it now,
with
y'all. We
policy
on it.
that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
Let me close this out.
President Trump. Thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in America.
All right, y'all. Here we go.
Then last month, you said that your administration
I'm doing this guerrilla style, so please bear with me.
would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion
I'm pretty
ban,
sure they
because
didn't give the
initially it said
notifications
that
for
it
this
was
one.
too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more
let's
than
try
6
this one. Let's
weeks.
see what
But
this one
then the
does.
very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because
So
the plan is, as you know, the vote is,
I wonder
they have
it don't look like
abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely
so far
fine.
we get
He
off
also
to
says
not a good
execution
start, a cold
after
start.
birth.
And I don't mean
Execution, no longer abortion, because the
on
baby is
Trump's side
born,
or Kamala's side.
is
I just
okay.
think
And that's not okay with me.
they're
Hence
not
the
coming
vote.
out
But what
swinging
I
the
did
way
is
I
something
wanted them.
for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength
Yeah, they're not
of
coming out swinging
6
the way I
Supreme
wanted to. I really want to
Court justices, we were able to do
I don't
that.
know
Now,
if
I
I'm
believe in
alone on
the
this one,
exceptions for
but
rape, incest, and
I
life
really
of the
want to.
mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade.
Let me see if my
And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life.
Once I got this little
Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot.
Feel me?
She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest
She always sound like
being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that.
She's wrong.
And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the
I
government.
really think
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
not holding me back.
There she goes again. It's
But,
a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and
I don't
there's no
think they're
reason
giving
to
out my
sign a ban
notifications.
because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats,
Because I'm sending shit out
Republicans,
personally
and
because
everybody
I'm
else,
on camera. I
every
want you
legal
motherfuckers
scholar
to see
wanted
this.
it to
I'm
be
on
brought
camera.
back into the states, and the states are
So
voting.
be very
And it may
clear.
take a little time, but for 52 years, this
Yeah, I was
issue
talking on
has
camera. I'm on
torn
camera.
our country
Save
apart.
the fishing
And they
stream.
wanted it back in the
Save the game
states, and I
stream.
did something that nobody thought was
Save the
possible.
karaoke
The
stream.
states are now voting.
Me.
What she says is an absolute lie. And
I
as
want
far
y'all
as
to
the
see me.
abortion ban, no,
You can
I'm
understand
not in
where
favor
we're
of
coming
abortion
from.
ban.
And this Carter hates everything.
But
platform
it
is
doesn't matter
where it
because
needs to be.
this issue has
Yeah.
now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion
That's what I want to
ban if it came
Well, I
to your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to
Here we go.
Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now.
Here we go. YouTube with the bumpity bump bump.
Now with the 50-50 and essentially 50
Here we go.
about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't just.
Now, why is it not showing up on the StreamYard chat? Oh, come on, YouTube. Don't do it to me, y'all. Don't hold me back. I want to watch this just like everybody else.
They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about
Right,
going
so I
to
see
Congress.
it.
So wonderful.
Right.
Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said.
Yeah. See? Here we go, YouTube. Why y'all doing this?
We mentioned nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and in asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization,
You know what?
IVF. And the other thing, you should ask,
We like to do it like that.
will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's the problem.
question with your
Because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer the
Wade,
question
you
with your veto.
could do abortion.
There we go.
In the
Let's get the
7th
smacking.
month, the
Come on,
8th month,
man.
the 9th
That's
month,
not
Make
true.
and
this good.
probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country.
Man.
Vice President
We'll
Harris,
make
you
half
were
of
tasked by
America,
President
well, the majority of America
Biden
tune
getting to
into
the root
this shit.
causes of migration
And
from
this be
Central
a
America.
fucking snore
We
fest.
know that
I would be so mad, yo.
illegal border
I'd be
crossings
so
reached
mad.
a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And
All right,
would you
let's see
have
if we
done
get the loaded
anything differently
questions.
from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person
we
on
get
this
the loaded
stage
questions.
who has
I'm
prosecuted
wondering if my
transnational
haters
criminal
gonna come in.
organizations for the
That's what I'm waiting to see. I'm wondering
trafficking
if
of guns,
my
drugs,
greatest
and
fan,
human
which
beings.
is my greatest
And let me
hater,
say
is going to
that
come
the
in.
United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill,
But
which I
real talk,
supported.
I really believe
And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents
I
on
really
the
believe
border to
that
help
YouTube
those
is
folks
not
who are
popular.
working there right now
People don't do.
overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight
no reason
who have been
why that
personally
happened.
affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why?
Called up who?
Because he'd prefer to run on a problem
Called up who?
instead of fixing a problem.
Who?
And understand, this comes at a time
Who did
where
that?
the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in
Anya, what up?
solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in
Oh,
the
shit.
former
Okay.
president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's
That's
going to
my
talk about
fishing buddy.
immigration a lot
That's
tonight,
my
even when it's
fishing
not the
partner.
subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
Oh, shit.
And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires.
Oh,
And I'll
God.
tell you, I believe you
This is what I
deserve
gotta do,
a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point,
No,
I
I
want to get
told
your
y'all I
response.
was
like
gonna
to
be
respond.
fair.
Let me just ask, though,
Because I
why
am.
did
I'll
you
be
try
fair
to
and
kill that
unbiased.
bill,
But
and
fucking with
successfully
her,
so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and
I'm gonna be
officers
fair
on
and
the field?
First, let me
unbiased.
respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And
Oh, yeah,
the
there we
people
go.
that
Let's
do go,
start
she's
giving
busing them
shots.
in
Come on,
and
let's
paying
smack
them to
each
be
other up,
there,
man.
and then
Why
showing
y'all
them in a
bullshit?
different
Y'all,
light.
y'all,
So she
yo,
can't talk
y'all
about
act
that.
out
People
there
don't
like
leave
y'all
my
don't want to
rallies.
see
We
the
have the
same
biggest
shit I'm gonna
rallies, the
see.
most incredible rallies in the history of politics.
They only
That's
doing
because
it
people
once.
want to take their country back.
They
Our
only doing it
country
once.
is
So
being
let's see a
lost. We're a
smackdown
failing
drag
nation.
out, man. They
And
only
it
doing it
happened
once.
3.5 years ago.
The fuck?
And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In
You know what I'm saying?
Springfield,
They only doing it
they're
once.
eating the dogs, the people that came in.
Show.
They're eating the cats. They're
A lot of
eating.
this is about shit.
They're eating the pets of the people
Like
that
it's not.
live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as
But
rallies are
think YouTube
concerned,
is
as
doing
far
the
as the
notification
reason they go is they like what I say.
I had
They
people
want to
that was
bring
actually
our
waiting
country
for me to
back.
do
They
this
want to
tonight.
make
They
America
would
great
definitely
again. It's a very
definitely
simple
if I did,
phrase. Make
they would
America
come
great
through.
again. She's
And I
destroying
really
this
don't
country.
think they got
And
the
if she
notification,
becomes president,
especially
this country
to
doesn't
the
have a
nature
chance
of
of
what the
success.
title
Not
of
only
this-
success, we'll end up being Venezuela
Yeah.
on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there.
We
He
gonna
told
watch.
us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of
And
pets being
I
harmed,
want to
injured,
say
or
a
abused by
huge thank
individuals
you
within the immigrant
to
community.
Well,
All
I've
this
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
The people on television
this
say
is-
my dog was
I would say
taken
like that,
and
Mitzi,
used for
he
food.
was
So
our very
maybe he said
first
that, and maybe that's a good
Yeah.
thing to say
something
for a city
special.
manager.
I'm not taking this from
But the
television.
people are
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog
I
was
want to
eaten
definitely
by
say thank you to
the people
Mitzi
that went there.
for being a
Again,
stream
Springfield city
sponsor.
manager says there's
That
no
really
evidence
means
of
a
that.
lot.
Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of
And
what
that's
you've
the
heard.
start of big things.
You
That's the
talk
start
about
of how we're going to take it to a whole nother level.
You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons
It's just
why
I was
in
taking
this
my time
election, I actually have
testing
the
this out because I really
endorsement
want to
of
make sure everything
200
is straight here.
Republicans who have formerly worked with President
See if
Bush,
I want
Mitt
to fuck
Romney,
with me,
and
bro.
John McCain,
Don't worry,
including the
get a
endorsement
little
of
bit
former Vice
hangs
President
shit
Dick
off.
Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His
Ooh,
former chief of staff, a
good
four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit.
I ain't gonna
His
front. That
former
was a good one.
Secretary of Defense
Now I
has
with the
said
wheel
the
kick.
nation, the republic, would never survive
Marlon
another
with the
Trump
roundhouse kick.
term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond
Yeah.
here.
Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people, not so graciously. They did
Fired.
bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy
You're
like
fired.
Esper, he was no good, I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they?
Yo, thank
But
you all for
they
coming
have
through.
done
Whoever's
such
in
a
here.
poor job,
See you
and they
watching.
never
Whoever's in here
fire
watching,
anybody.
fuck with me. Thank
Look
you.
at
I
the
appreciate
economy.
all
Look
y'all.
look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their
I'm keeping it
economists.
fair
They
and
have the same
unbiased.
people. That's a good way
And taking
not
those
to have
sides,
books
but
written
I'm
about
definitely
you.
gonna call it.
But just to finish, I got more
See you.
votes than any Republican in history by far. In
Okay.
fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
Okay.
Let me continue.
While
on
I try to hit
immigration.
him
It was
with
what
the
you wanted
wheel
to talk
kick,
about earlier. So let's
Trump
get back to
dodged
your
it.
deportation
Tried to return with an uppercut.
proposal
He
that the
missed
vice
on the
president has
uppercut, but I
reacted
don't think
to
he
as
caught it
well.
with that jab.
President Trump, you call this the
Me
largest
personally.
domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the
Really?
National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the
With
U.S.
local
military.
police.
You also
And if
said
you're
you would
in,
use
jump in
local
the chat,
police.
man. Don't be afraid to
How
jump in the
would
chat.
you
I need
deport
actually,
11 million
I
undocumented
need
immigrants? I
some
know
of you,
you believe
my
that number
beautiful
is
motherfuckers,
much
yo.
higher.
All my beautiful
Take us through
motherfuckers,
this.
and
What does
especially
this
my
look like?
mod
Will
squad.
authorities
If
be
y'all
going
in
door
there,
to door
mod
in this
squad,
country?
because
It
I'm
is much
testing out
higher
this
because of
Streamlab
them. They allowed
and it's
criminals,
platform.
many millions of criminals. They allowed
Y'all would
terrorists.
not be
They
afraid
allowed
to jump in the chat.
common street criminals. They
So I can
allowed
see if it's
people to
gonna
come
come
in,
up here
drug
on
dealers to
Streamlab.
come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back
Don't
or
be
we're going to
afraid.
kill you. Do you know that
I don't
crime
bite.
in
I just look
Venezuela
scary.
and crime in countries all over the world is way down?
It's good
You
to
know
see
why?
y'all, man. I
Because they've
really been
taken
looking
their
forward to
criminals off the street and they've
I ain't
given
gonna
them
front.
to
It's been a
her
long
to
time
put
coming.
into our country. And
I don't
this
mind
will
doing
be
the
one of the
Facebook
greatest
shit,
mistakes
but
in history for them to allow. And I think they
it's good
probably
to
did
see
it because
y'all.
they think they're going to get votes,
I
but
miss
it's not
being in
worth
front
it
of this microphone.
because they're destroying the
Yeah, I'm
fabric
this one.
of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made.
Don't
Crime
be
in this
afraid to jump in
country
the
is
chat,
through
y'all.
the roof, and we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at
Uh-oh, here we
levels that
go.
nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris, I'll
FBI
give you
they were defrauding statements.
You
They didn't include the worst
you
cities.
seen
They
New York?
didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud,
New
just
York
like their
crime is
number of
off the chain.
818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted
Here we
for
go. He goes
national
through the
security
that one.
crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault,
Ooh,
and his next
pay
big
attention, y'all.
court
Pay
appearance is
attention.
in November at his own
Stop
criminal
short of saying
sentencing.
guilty. There's
And
a
let's
reason
be
why she
clear,
did that. I'll explain
where
that to you
each
later.
person stands on the issue of what is important
You
about
notice how
respect for the
all this
rule of law and
hold the
respect
mic.
for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding
Shit to say.
federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day
Let me
after he
fix
was
some notes
arraigned
before I
on
got it.
34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is
And we on
important
that
in
brown
this
right now.
race. It is
Woo!
important that we move
Y'all in
forward,
trouble.
that we
We on that
turn the
motherfucking
page
brown.
on this
Hold on.
same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Every one of those cases was
I gotta
started by
figure
them
out.
against
You
their
know what? I might
political
have to
opponent. And
reroute.
I'm winning most of them, and I will
One
win
of
the
my
rest on
sound,
appeal.
my soundboard.
And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called
I'm not hearing none of
weaponization.
my sound.
Never
on my
happened in this
soundboard,
country.
right?
They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was
Let me
involved
know if
with
you're
the
hearing
DOJ, from
any of the sound
Atlanta
from the
and Fani
soundboard.
Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal.
Nope.
They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case?
Thank you all
They
for
said,
coming
oh, that's
through,
the
man.
toughest of
Please
them all.
share,
A
subscribe.
complete and
Don't
total
break the board in
victory.
the
2
chat.
months
I want
ago,
you all
it
to
was
go in the
thrown
chat.
out.
Crazy. I'm just waiting
It's
for one person to set it
weaponization,
off
and they
in the
used
chat.
it, and it's
So
never
the rest
happened
of
in
y'all
this
can
country.
follow seat, and
They
everybody
used
won't
it
be
to
scared.
try and win an
You're
election.
not
They're
fucking
fake
man.
cases.
President
right.
Trump, thank you. A really
It's
quick response here
safe.
by Vice President Harris on this notion of
All y'all don't
weaponization of
talk
the
too
Justice
crazy
Department.
and
Well, let's
YouTube
talk about
bumps you
extreme
out.
and understand the context in which this election in
But yeah,
2024 is
thank all
taking
you
place.
beautiful.
The United States
I
Supreme
appreciate
Court
all of y'all.
recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly
But
said
she
he
hesitated
would
and said
terminate,
guilty
I'm
up
quoting,
front.
terminate
There's a reason
the
why she did
Constitution
that.
of the United States, that he would
There's an
weaponize
absolute
the
reason why she did that.
Department of Justice against his
Pay attention.
political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it
Light
would
in this
mean if
right.
Donald
I
Trump
got
were
a
back in the
floodlight
White House with
right in front of
no
me. I don't
guardrails.
have it
Because
right now.
certainly we know now the court won't stop
Maybe
him.
if
We
it's
know
a
J.D.
break,
Vance
I
is
might
not going to
do it.
stop
But
him. It's up to the American people.
and I got this
Vice
one
President
turned
Harris,
around.
thank you.
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president,
Behind the camera.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about
Bang!
democracy. I'm a threat
Yeah,
to
this one I
democracy.
need my sound
They're
effects so I can
the
get the
threat
double shot.
to democracy
President
with a fake
Trump,
Russia
we
investigation
do have a lot to
that
get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory
Okay, let's
government
talk about
buyback
fracking.
programs
Who
for
cares
assault
about
weapons.
fracking?
Now
Y'all
your
care about
campaign
fracking?
says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking
I'm
a
just
harder
wondering.
line. I know
See
you
something.
say
Hold
that
on,
your
let me flip it
values
back
have
in.
not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
Okay, I
So
see y'all.
my values
Thank y'all for coming. I
have not
appreciate
changed,
you.
and I'm going to
I do
discuss
see
every
y'all.
one of the,
Y'all
at
are
least every
records. I
point
see.
that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in
But
2020.
don't be afraid.
I will not ban
And our
fracking.
chat is
I
right
have
there.
not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act,
All right,
which
look,
opened new
I'll put a
leases
challenge
for
out there.
fracking. My
First
position
one of
is
y'all to
that we
jump in the
have got
chat, I
to
will pin
invest
your comment
in
on the
diverse
screen.
sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil.
About that. Look, as
We
long as
have
you ain't saying no profanities, because
had
YouTube will
the
definitely put me on
largest
that one.
increase
But
in
if it's not
domestic oil
profanities,
production in history
first one who got
because
the
of an
balls
approach that
to say
recognizes
something in the
that we
chat
cannot over-rely on
will be
foreign
pinned
oil.
on the screen.
As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I
Then I
grew
gotta
up
put the
a
cash app
middle-class
back up.
kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say,
Uh-oh. See? YouTube is going to do it. YouTube is going to do it. I knew it.
going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protect Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly.
Come on,
and
y'all,
everybody's
let's fucking
laughing
go.
at it, okay? They're all laughing at it.
Be afraid.
She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police.
All right,
In
let me,
Minnesota, she went out.
I'm gonna keep
wait a
you
minute, I'm
anonymous,
talking
baby.
now.
Don't worry, I'm gonna keep you
You don't
anonymous.
mind, please.
But this is a very
Does
good
that sound
one.
familiar?
She's
She
avoiding
went out.
questions.
She went out in Minnesota
Doing the
and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take
That's the funny thing.
400, 500 acres of desert soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get
environment.
to.
That
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
All this shit.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days.
And now when
I
I
want to talk
pull
about
up,
the peaceful
you
transfer
feel me?
of
I
power,
pull up.
which, of course, we all know is
Yo,
a
pull up. I
cornerstone of
dare
our
you.
democracy,
Pull
the
up.
role of a president
Now when I
in a
pull
moment
up,
of crisis.
don't nobody
Mr.
want the
President, on January
smoke.
6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would
I love
be
it.
right there with them.
I fucking
The
love it,
country and the
yo.
world
I
saw what
love
played
it.
out of the Capitol that day. The
Love
officers
it.
coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say
That's
you
when
watched
you know
it
you're a
unfold on
dangerous
television
motherfucker,
off
though.
the Oval Office.
You
You
feel
did
me?
send out
Because
tweets, but it
everybody
was
can
more
talk
than
all
2
that
hours
shit.
before you sent out that video message,
You know,
telling your supporters
go
to
back
go
and forth
home.
with me for
Is there
hours,
anything
debating
you
and
regret
talking
about
crazy,
what you did on that day?
they're doing
You
all
just
that
said
shit, right?
a thing that isn't
When
covered
I pull up,
peacefully and patriotically. I said
we all
during
right.
my speech, not later on.
That's what I'm talking about.
Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot
Pull up.
her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring
Shout
into our
out to my
country and
whole
killing
mod
people
squad,
that she allowed to pour in?
even
She
though
was
that
the
has
border
something
czar. Remember that.
different to do
She
with
was the border czar. She doesn't want to be
Salute
called the
to the
border
mod
czar because
squad.
she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, "Oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet." That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? What are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me
But
just
when
ask
are
you.
those, David? When are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me
You know
just
what I'm
ask
You
you.
might ask her that
Everybody
question.
talk
You were
all
the
that
president.
shit.
You were watching it unfold on television.
Yeah, I
It's a very
is.
simple question as we move forward toward
So
another
y'all,
round.
I ain't running.
Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
I ain't running.
Yes or
I
no?
had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you
Here we
know,
go.
this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice President Harris
It is
to
what it
respond.
is. Well, You're not lying.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our
Like I
nation's
said,
capital. On that
even if
day,
they're-
140 law enforcement
I
officers
just
were
want to
injured,
see a fight.
and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville,
Oh,
where there was a mob of people
she did a
carrying
kick to
tiki
the groin.
torches, spewing anti-Semitic
That was a
hate.
groin kick, y'all.
And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side.
That was a groin kick.
Let's remember
He-
that when it came to the
If
Proud
Trump
Boys, a
would-
militia,
If Trump would respond,
the president
Love
said,
it
the
to
former
hit him
president
with.
said, stand back and stand
he
by.
should be like, how many
So
minorities
for
have
everyone
you?
watching who remembers what January 6th was,
That's what he should do.
I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page.
She said we're not
And
going
if
back
that was a
as
bridge too
she's
far
going
for
back.
you, well, there is a place in our campaign
Give
for
it
you
up, y'all.
to stand for country,
Thank y'all for being
to
here, man. I
stand
appreciate
for our
each and every one of
democracy,
y'all.
to
Y'all, thank y'all
stand
for
for rule of law, and
you
to
know,
end
I
the
don't care if it's
chaos,
10 people, 12
and to
people,
end
people.
the approach
whatever.
that is
Thank you
about
for rocking out
attacking
with
the
me.
foundations of our
Like I
democracy
said,
because you
anybody
don't
who
like the
has
outcome.
had this
And be
discussion
clear,
and debate with me
on that
all
point,
year,
Donald
that
Trump,
had
the
some good
candidate,
shit to say,
has said in this election, there will be a
right here, baby.
bloodbath
Pull up.
if this and the outcome of
And
this
after this is
election is
over,
not to his liking.
bring
Let's
you
turn the
in.
page on this.
I'll
Let's
bring you
not
in.
go
Even
back.
if you don't want to
Let's
cam up,
chart
I'll
a
bring you
course
in.
for the
We
future
can do this.
and not go backwards to the
Pull up.
past.
Let me just follow up here.
That's all I'm going to say.
It was a different term, and it was a term that
wait
related
for
to
it,
energy
y'all.
because they have destroyed
I
our
put you off
energy
in front.
business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this: you
Oh,
talk about
God.
the Capitol.
Where's my number one
Why are we
fan
allowing
slash hater?
these millions of
I
people
know
to
she
come
can't
through
wait
on
to hear
the
that
southern
come
border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate
yeah, where's
right
she
now.
at?
I'd
I
like to
want to
see
say
her
your
go
name, but I
down
ain't going to do you like
to
that. 'cause
Washington,
you-
D.C. during this
Where-
debate because we're wasting a lot of
Where
time.
you at?
Go down to, because she's
Where
been
you
so
at?
bad. It's so ridiculous.
You
Go
got my
down to
number, so if
Washington,
you in
D.C.
there,
and let her sign a bill to
hit me
close up the
privately on
border
the text, let
because
me
they
know,
have the
so we
right
can
to
go
do
back
it. They
and
don't
forth
need
with
bills.
that. I'll
They
go
have
back
the
and
right
forth
to
with
do
you
it. The
tonight.
president of the United States, you'll get him
Anybody
out of
want
bed.
that word,
You'll
get
wake
this
him up
word
at 4
tonight.
o'clock in the
All right.
afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people,
I wanna-
unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on
Uh-oh.
this next issue to both of you because it really brings us
Where we going?
this into focus. Truth.
Hope y'all got your
in
cups
these
ready.
times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in
No, I
2020?
don't
Give me
acknowledge
chat.
that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically.
But
You know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said
I
sarcastically.
know they're not sending
Look,
out my notifications.
There's so
but
much
there's a
proof.
whole
All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders,
We're gonna be the
and we have to have
speakers,
good elections. Our elections
See what
are
it is.
bad. And a
Small
lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican,
judge looked at it.
and said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it.
Trump with
I'll
the
show
helicopter
you
kick.
Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
One of them connected.
Vice President Harris,
all of them didn't connect.
He said he didn't say that he lost.
One of them
so
connected
he
with the
still,
helicopter
believes
kick.
he did not
Caught
lose
him.
the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost, because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about facts. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person. Smart, Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running.
All right, that
I
was
don't
a fact.
understand it, but
Mr.
I'm okay
President,
with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I
up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get.
That was
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who
She
are still
doesn't
being
have
held,
nuts,
Americans
so you
among them.
kick her
Vice
in the-
President Harris, in December, you said,
That was
quote,
a low
Israel
blow.
has a right to defend itself, but you
Even though
added,
he's
quote,
telling the
it
truth,
matters
that was a low
how,
blow.
saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect
Ooh,
innocent
this
civilians.
gonna hurt him.
You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are
And just
dead.
to show
Nearly
y'all, I'm being
100
very fair
hostages
and
remain.
neutral with
Just
this.
last week, Prime Minister Benjamin
What I'm gonna give
Netanyahu said
Kamala
there's
credit
not a
on,
deal in the
and
making.
I really
President
feel
Biden has
give
not been
Kamala
able to
so
break
much
through the
credit on.
stalemate. How would you do
She's
it?
engaging with him,
Well, let's
and that's what
understand how we got
Biden
here.
wasn't
On
doing.
October 7th,
And when he did do it, he did it
Hamas,
in a creepy
a
way that
terrorist
threw
organization,
us off. But if you notice,
slaughtered 1,200
Kamala,
Israelis.
when Trump is
Many of
talking,
them young
Kamala is
people who
looking
were
over at
simply
him.
attending a
She's
concert.
engaging with him. She's
Women
looking at
were
him. She's
horribly raped.
addressing
And
them,
so
embracing
absolutely,
the
I said
energy
then,
he
I say
brings.
now,
So I give her
Israel
credit because
has
I
a
didn't
right to
think she was
defend
going
itself.
to do
We
that.
would.
So I
And
just
how
for
it
you
does
haters,
so matters,
especially you, Miss D,
because it is
because I'm gonna
also
refer
true
to you
far
all
too
night as
many
Miss D.
innocent
I know you guys,
Palestinians have been killed.
especially you, Miss.
Children, mothers. What we
You say I
know
don't
is
give her
that
credit. I'm
this
giving her
war must end.
because
It
I
must
told you when we
end
had our conversation.
immediately, and the way it
I know how
will
to be
end is
neutral.
we need a ceasefire deal and we need the
It's just
hostages out. And so
certain
we
people
will
I don't rock
continue to
with,
work around the
and I can
clock
be
on
honest and say I
that.
don't rock with them.
Work around the clock, also
But I
understanding
give
that we
credit where
must
credit is due,
chart a
and
course for a
she's holding
two-state
herself down
solution.
very
And
well
in that
in this debate as
solution,
far as
there
her
must be
engagement.
security for the
That's just
Israeli
coming out of
people
her
and
mouth.
Israel, and in equal measure for the
But her
Palestinians.
engagement,
But the one thing I will assure you
she's doing
always,
good with her
I will
engagement.
always give Israel the ability to defend
I will
itself,
definitely give that
in
credit.
particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly
Are you going to
deserve.
stop them from getting wiped out?
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party.
In fact,
she hates Israel.
all right.
If she's
Trump with the
president,
fucking
I believe
roundhouse.
that Israel will not exist within
Roundhouse
2 years
doing
from now.
uppercut.
And I've been pretty
Come
good at
on.
predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole
Now, see, this is
place
what I'm
is
talking
going to
about. And
get
this is why I
blown
give
up.
Kamala credit.
Arabs, Jewish
And
people,
Biden didn't do
Israel.
this.
Israel will be gone.
Trump's address.
It would have never happened.
She's engaged
Iran was
with him.
broke
She's
under
not
Donald
afraid
Trump.
to engage.
Now Iran has
Give
$300
her
billion
credit. She
because
got
they
some
took
balls,
off all
baby.
the sanctions
Do
that
that.
I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or
You
Hezbollah
really
or
need
any
to
of the
stop doing
28
that.
different spheres of terror, and they are spheres of terror,
But she's
horrible
definitely
terror.
engaged.
They had no
Give
money.
it to her.
It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President
Thank
Harris,
you
who
for the
says you
likes,
hate
yo. Thank you for the
Israel.
likes. Thank
No,
you for
that's
the likes.
absolutely
I
not
appreciate
true.
all
I
of
have
y'all.
my entire
You're all
career
of my
and life
beautiful people. I
supported
love all of y'all.
Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality,
Hold
which
on.
is it is
You gotta get
very
my
well
baby
known
again.
that Donald Trump is
And I don't
weak
want her to
and
be
wrong
mad
on
because I
national
love her.
security
I
and foreign
fucking
policy. It
absolutely
is
adore
well
this
known
girl.
that he admires
I'm sorry.
dictators.
I don't mean to call you
He
that,
wants
girl.
to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that He can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un.
Oh, baby, yeah.
And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way
I hope
down.
she checks in.
Putin
I
endorsed her
really hope
last
she
week.
checks in.
Said, I hope she
Even if
wins.
she
And
don't
I think
stay,
he
I hope
meant
she
it.
just checks it.
Because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to
I
get
just
to.
entered the
We'll be right
text.
back with much more of this
I'm not even
historic
going to
ABC
mention
News
because I want to
presidential
keep it
debate on the
anonymous.
National Constitution Center
text.
right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
You told me don't be mad because of my perspective on things, but yeah, I do it to the girl.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
Okay, so we could take a moment, right? All right, there's a pause moment. So what y'all think, man? What y'all think? Yo, you know, it's looking real good. I mean, at first it was started off a little cold. You know, let me go back to me. Fuck them. Let me go back to me. Yeah. So at first it started off a little cold. It didn't give me what I wanted. I ain't gonna front. I don't know. Maybe y'all disagree. Stop being scared of the chat. The chat ain't gonna bite you. You know what I mean? Get in the fucking chat, man. Stop being scared. But it started off a little cold, maybe a little lukewarm. And hey, oh, I almost said it. Hey, baby, if you in here and you're watching, don't be mad at me. I'm keeping it neutral. I was just telling all my people on YouTube, I absolutely fucking adore you. You're such a sweetheart. I fucking adore you. You are so dope. You stay who you are. I fucking adore you. I keep saying little girl, please don't be mad because I keep saying this little girl, but you're not a little girl anymore. But stay you. I fucking adore you. But I just wanted you to see, like, just to see, hey, Big Unk is on this camera, and yeah, we here. I'm keeping it neutral, so you don't have to get too upset with me about some of my perspectives on this. What I will say, it did start off a little lukewarm. It wasn't what I was expecting. I wanted and hear me out on this. I wanted this only because this is the only debate that they're going to do. So everything y'all need to do it now. I don't give a fuck if y'all jump over the cabinets and start fighting with each other. For all I care. Give the people what they want because this is the one time and only time y'all going to do this before we have to hit the polls and start voting. So give people what they want. You understand? So in the beginning, it started off, I would say, lukewarm. Didn't start off the way I expected. I wanted it to just be bang, 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 you know. Then they started to warm up a little bit. And I kind of blame the moderators too, because the moderators, you see, they're playing it so fucking safe that because of their handlers, they're probably so scared to go in the way they want to go in on either side. But I get it. Then it started to warm up. Trump threw a couple of blows, pretty decent. Kamala threw a couple back. She threw a nice little low blow, which if you look at the stream, I call that a kick to the balls. She threw a little low blow. And then Trump came back with a low blow, which I called it. So y'all can't say, I'm not calling it evenly. I called it when it happened. Like, yo, Trump, that's a low blow. She don't have balls, so you can't kick her in the balls. So chill. But that was a low blow. What I will give Kamala, and I did say this earlier, what I will give Kamala, to her credit, I do like her engagement. I don't like the shit coming out of her mouth, but I like her engagement. Unlike when we had the Biden debate and Biden was not engaging. He, well, now we know he was going through his dementia issues and shit. So he was wandering off and shit like that. And then when he did engage, it was kind of like a creepy engage, almost like he's about to wander over there and bite him or some shit like a zombie. But but Kamala, and this comes from being a seasoned professional. When Trump is talking, if you notice, and that's why I pulled it up with the big screen so we can actually look at their mannerisms, we can look at their body language, and we can look at the facial expressions. Kamala is looking at Trump. She's looking over there at him while he's talking, and she's engaging. So in that point, she's showing fearlessness going up against him, which was something that everybody was concerned.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here
how
again,
she was going to deal with
David Muir and
All right,
Lindsay
so
Davis.
we're back.
Welcome back to this
I'll
historic
hold
ABC
what I was
News
going to say
presidential
until I
debate
get
tonight. We're going to continue
the,
here, and I want to
voting
turn to the
thing.
war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more, because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe, like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But
I need one of my
take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin. Hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war? Yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished. Just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on
Ask her the
support
same
for
fucking
Ukraine
question.
in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how
Ask
would
her
you
the-
deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President
Please
Biden?
tell me she about to lie.
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
Oh, there go her
I
viral
believe
moment.
the reason
That's the
that
one they're gonna
Donald Trump
clip.
says that this war would be
That's what
over
she's
within
looking
24
for.
hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and
Let's see if
norms,
she tells
which
you.
is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence
Let's see if
about
she
how he
said
could
what
defend
she said
himself.
on record.
Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And
Mhm.
through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the
question.
Abrams tanks that we have
That's what
provided,
you-
Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch?
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine.
She didn't
tonight.
answer the
Afghanistan
question.
came up in the last hour.
The reason
I
why
wanted her
she
to
didn't
respond to
answer the
something you said
question
earlier,
because
and I'll-
she's on record, on camera, and you can look it up in her interview. She said,
I'll give you a
under
minute
no
here.
circumstances would she step
Putin
down.
would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000
That's what
men
she said.
and women, but he would have been
But
sitting in
don't
Moscow.
you are
Quiet, please.
standing
He would have been
president of
sitting
the United
in
States.
Moscow,
You have an obligation
much happier than he is right
to
now.
talk
But eventually, he's got a thing that
as a
other
president.
people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear
To
weapons.
talk to other
Nobody ever
presidents.
thinks about that. And eventually, maybe
There
he
we
is,
go,
maybe
Tim's.
he hasn't been that
Yo,
threatening.
Tim's. Yo,
But
Tim's.
he
Yo,
does have
Tim.
that. Something we don't even like
Yo,
to talk
and I
about.
don't give a fuck
Nobody
if
likes to
anybody
talk
get-
about it.
My
But
nigga,
just so you understand,
thank you.
they sent her
That's
to
all I'm gonna say,
negotiate
'cause
peace
listen,
before
Tim,
this war started.
You just
3
you
days
just won the
later,
challenge
he went in and he started the war
without even
because
knowing you won the
everything they
challenge.
said
Tim.
was weak
And you
and
know you my
stupid.
dude. I fuck
They
with
said
you
the
in real
wrong
life.
things.
Like,
That
you
war
know me
should
in
have
real
never
life.
started. She was the
I
emissary.
said
They
when you
sent her in to negotiate
because
with
everybody acting like they
Zelensky
scared in
and
the fucking
Putin.
chat because they think I'm
And
a
she
cookie.
did. And the
I
war
said,
started 3 days
whoever
later.
got the balls
And that's
to
the
be
kind
the
of
first
talent
one in
we
the
have
chat,
with her.
I'm gonna pin
She's
the
worse
comment
than
on the
Biden.
screen
In
for
my
it.
opinion, I think he's
This,
the worst
you my
president in the
dude,
history of our
and
country.
there
She
you go.
goes down as the worst
Boom, look
vice
on the screen,
president
Tim.
in the history of our country. But let me tell you something.
I'm
She
not
is a
lying. I
horrible
told everybody. I
negotiator.
said, yo,
They sent her
whoever
in to
the first
negotiate.
one
As
to
soon as
fucking
they
in the
left,
chat
Putin
comment,
did the
I'm putting
invasion.
you on
President Trump,
screen
thank you. You did bring up
no
something.
matter
You
what you
said you went to
say.
negotiate with Vladimir
Because
Putin.
this
Vice
whole
President
thing,
Harris, have you
Tim's,
ever met Vladimir Putin?
I'm
Can you
playing
clarify
in
tonight?
neutral. I'm
Yet
just
again, I
doing
said it at the beginning of this
like a
debate, you're gonna hear a
boxing
bunch of lies coming
play-by-play.
from this fella. And that is
You
another
feel
one.
me? I'm not playing
When
no
I
sides,
went to
even though it
meet
might
with
sound like
President
it.
Zelensky, I've now met
But
with
if
him
you
over
go
5
to the earlier
times.
part of the stream, I did
The
give
reality
my
is it
reporter
has
on
been
certain things
about
that she
standing as
said.
America
But I'm calling
always
out both
should,
of them. And
as a
I did
leader
call out
upholding
on certain
international
things he said
rules and norms, as
the
a
same way.
leader who shows
But the chat was
strength,
acting scared,
understanding
and
that
some
the
of my
alliances we have
uh,
around the world
haters that have
are
been debating me all
dependent
year,
on our ability
and I
to
told
look
them,
out
pull
for
up.
our
I'm right
friends
here, right now.
and not
Pull up.
favor
And
our
nobody jumped in
enemies
the chat.
because
So I said,
you
the first
adore
one that jumped in the
strongmen
chat,
instead of caring
I
about
got you.
democracy.
And
And
thank you,
that is
Tim.
very much
Thank
what
you.
is at
Salute,
stake
Tim.
here. The President of the
Salute,
United
Tim, y'all.
States is
Salute.
commander in chief. And the American people have a right to rely
everything.
on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of
Yeah,
ensuring
absolutely.
that there is stability and ensuring
Absolutely.
we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO.
Hold on, yo,
He said,
Tim,
I've never
that
seen.
last
For
comment you
years,
said,
we
I
were
didn't
paying
see it. It
almost
went so
all of
fast.
NATO. We were
Little
being
Peter
ripped
had
off
to
by
stay
European
because he
nations,
spoke
both
around
on
first
trade
before
and
the
on NATO. I got them to pay up
Yo,
by
Tim,
saying one of the statements you made
do me a
before.
favor, bro,
If
before
you
you
don't
go, because I
pay,
know you be
we're
in
not
and
going to
out.
protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we
Do
would
you
have never
want
got
me to
it.
keep
He
this
said it was
one up,
one of the most
or do you want
incredible
me to
jobs
put
that
your
he's
other
ever seen
comment that
done.
you
Thank
just
you.
set up?
I
Because
want
I
to
like
turn to
this comment right
Afghanistan.
here
It
too.
came up in the first
Because it
hour of the
kept it
debate,
neutral, but
and we witnessed
it's
a
your call.
poignant moment today on Capitol
Because
Hill honoring the
you got the
soldiers who
floor,
died
because
in the chaotic withdrawal from
came
Afghanistan.
to
I
the
do want to
fucking
ask the
top
Vice President,
without
do
even
you
knowing you
believe
did.
you
So
bear
it's your
any
call, baby. Whatever
responsibility
one
in
you
the way
want.
that
If you want me
withdrawal
to
played
put
out?
this one up and keep
Well,
this
I will
one
tell
up,
you, I
I
agreed
will.
with President Biden's decision
And
to
or
pull
if you
out of
want me to put the other
Afghanistan.
one up, I'll put the
4
other one up.
presidents
But look, just let
said
me
they
know before
would,
you go,
and Joe
bro.
Biden did.
Salute to
And
you,
as a
Tim.
result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were
Don't let
paying
them
for
kill
that
you tonight at
endless
work,
war.
bro. I'll be back
And
soon.
as of today, there is
You know,
not
turn up, turn
one
up, turn up.
member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world the first time this
Do what you
century.
want, bro. Nah, it's up
But
to
let's
you, Tim.
understand how
My
we
nigga, I
got
fuck with you.
to where we
Look
are.
what you have.
Donald
Like
Trump,
good
when he was
food,
president,
my you.
negotiated
But
one
it's
of the
that
weakest
other
deals
comment.
you
I
can
like that one
imagine. He
too.
calls himself
But
a
I can
deal
only
maker.
pin one at a
Even his
time.
national security advisor said
Ah, you
it
know what
was
I'll
a
do?
weak,
I'll
terrible
leave
deal.
this
And
one
here's
up,
how it went down.
and then
He
I'll let it
bypassed
rock
the
for a minute,
Afghan
and then I'll
government.
pin your other
He
comment.
negotiated
That's
directly with
cool.
a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, And
Oh, yo,
the
Tim, I'm about
president
to do
at the
some funny
time
shit too. You just made me
invited the
think of somebody
Taliban
I'm
to
about to
Camp
send.
David,
Nah,
a
no, let
place
me
of
change.
storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as
Oh
president,
shit.
invited them
Okay.
to Camp David
Salute to
because
you
he
on that
does not,
vacation,
again,
baby.
appreciate the
Hey,
role and
Timmy said he was
responsibility
on the beach
of the
sunbathing,
president of the United States to
playing
be
Call of Duty
commander
on
in
the
chief
beach
with a
sunbathing.
level of
'Cause,
respect. And this gets back to
Timmy got that bread.
the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military,
Yo,
fallen
thanks, bro, for coming
soldiers,
through as always.
and the
I
work
really
that we
appreciate
must
you
do to
coming.
uphold
Thank you
the
so much,
strength
Tim.
and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that
Yeah, we know
Yeah, thank
Timmy
you.
Taliban.
Tim
So,
got that
if you
bread.
take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved
Salute
with the
to you,
Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And
Yeah,
Abdul
just started
is the head
up.
of the Taliban. He is still the head of the
And
Taliban.
see, Tim,
And I told
another thing
Abdul,
too.
don't
This
do
is
it
my
anymore.
first
You do
night
it anymore,
using
you're going to have
this.
problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my
streaming,
house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul.
platform thing.
And for
Damn,
18
it's
months,
hard to look
we
at.
had nobody killed. We
Trophy.
did have an
This is my
agreement
first time,
negotiated by
my
Mike
first night using
Pompeo.
this program.
It was
I
a very
played
good
around
agreement.
with it a lot
The
behind the
reason it
scenes,
was good,
but this is
it
my
was
first time
we were
actually
getting
going
out. We
live
would have been out
with this
faster than them, but
program.
we wouldn't have lost the
So
soldiers.
just bear
We
with
wouldn't
me
have
a
left
little
many
bit.
Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this,
Wait,
and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us
there we go.
because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst
Because I was
withdrawal.
wondering too.
And in my
You was
opinion,
trying
the
to
most
check in with my
embarrassing
phone
moment
the
in the
other
history
day
of our
to see,
country.
like,
And by
I
the
was
way,
looking,
that's why
even
Russia
when I do like
attacked
the
Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank
so
you.
I did the switch up like
I
this
want to move
because
on
this
now
is
to
how we had
recent
it set up
politics in this
earlier.
country. Mr.
But
President, you recently
because
said
I
of Vice
want to be
President
able
Harris,
to
quote,
look
I
at
didn't
their
know she was
facial
black until a
expressions,
number of years
look at
ago
their body
when she happened to turn
against
black,
each other.
and now she wants to
I
be
want to
known
pull up a
as black.
close up. So
I want to ask a
into
bigger
this
picture
part
question
right
here
here, so I
tonight.
can pull up a close
Why do you
up.
believe it's appropriate
You know,
to
because I
weigh
want
in
to see,
on the
I
racial
want everybody
identity
to
of
see,
your
not
opponent?
just
You
myself,
don't,
but
and I don't
everybody
care.
to see like
I don't care what she is.
chemistry,
I don't care.
body language,
You make a big deal out of something. I
Asian
couldn't care less.
interaction with each other.
Whatever she wants to be is
Oh, they're
okay
gonna
with
have
me.
fucking evil.
But those were your words, so I'm
I don't
asking.
know. I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that.
Did he do
And
it?
then I read that she was black, and that's okay.
Did he
Either one
go
was
there?
okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Oh,
Vice
he's
President Harris,
going
your
there.
thoughts on this?
Bro, he's going there.
I think it's.
I did not
I mean,
think
honestly,
he
I
was
think
about to
it's
go there. Oh, shit.
tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president
I ain't even
who
gonna say
has
low blow.
consistently
'Cause
over the course of his career
I didn't think you were gonna say it.
attempted to use race to divide the American
That was a
people.
leg sweep.
You
That
know,
was
I do
Trump with
believe
the
that the
fucking
vast
reverse
majority
leg
of us
sweep.
know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want
He tried to leg sweep.
this
you know?
kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially
Even
by
though she was
race. And let's
body
remember
he tried to leg sweep.
how Donald Trump started.
Mm.
He was a land, he owned land, he
I might
owned
have to-
buildings,
Yo, I might have
and
to go.
he was investigated
I might have to go get
because
one cigarette.
he refused to rent
This shit right here.
property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same
This is
individual
the fight I was talking
who
about.
took out
Come
a
on,
full-page
this
ad in the
right
New
here.
York Times
Like he
calling
punched
to
her in
the
the face. She just
execution
turned around and punched him
of
back in the
5
face. Pow.
young Black and Latino
Let's
boys
go.
who were
Let's fucking
innocent
go.
with
This is
Central
the
Park
fight I'm
5.
talking about.
Took out a full-page ad calling for their
Yeah,
execution.
Tims.
This is
Tims.
the same
Yeah,
individual
I'm with you.
who spread
This is what
birther
I
lies
wanted to
about
see.
the
This
first
is what
Black
the
president
American
of the
public wanted
United
to
States.
see, bro.
And I think the American
Earlier
people
part when they were tiptoeing
want
around, we ain't
better
gonna see
than
that
that.
shit. They only
Want
doing it
better
one
than
time.
this. Want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor.
Like
We
I
don't
want to
want
fight
a
get
leader
smacked,
who
man.
is
Fight.
constantly
This is what we here
trying
for,
to
man.
have
Fight. Let's
Americans
go.
point their
Let's
fingers
fucking
at
go.
each other. I meet with people all the time
Excuse me.
who tell me,
My bad.
can
I
we
got a little
please
work
just
done.
have
My bad.
discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country.
Oh, they just
There's
did a
never been
cut.
anything like it.
Y'all saw
They're
that?
destroying our
You saw
country.
that? They did
And
a
they
cut.
come up with things like what she just
Supposed to be
said.
no edits.
Going back
did a
many,
cut.
many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor
Saw that.
Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad that she can't get away with
What's
that.
going on?
Time's up, Lindsay.
Hold on.
Briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. one who believes
I mean, Tim,
in
look,
what is
I did
possible,
promise
one who
everybody I was
brings a
going to
sense
keep
of
it. So
optimism about
I'm
what
going to
we
let
can
you see. I'm
do
going to let you
instead
rock
of
with that.
always disparaging the American people. I
We can
believe
talk
in
about
what
that
we can do to
after everything is over.
strengthen our small
I
businesses,
don't
which
mind
is
having
why I have a
discussion.
plan. Let's talk about our
But I
plans
did promise
and
everybody I was going to keep
let's
it
compare the
neutral. But
plans.
I was going to let the
I have a
chat do whatever the
plan
fuck they want
to
to do.
give startup businesses
If you say fuck Trump,
$50,000
fuck
tax
Kamala,
deduction
just
to
be easy with the
pursue
profanity
their
things.
ambitions, their
been on some
innovation,
bullshit
their
with me the last
ideas,
couple of
their hard
days.
work. I have a plan, $6,000 for
You
young
know, Tim,
families
you
for
got
the
to be
first year of
rich.
your
So you go
child's
rock.
life
Whatever you
to help you in that
got
most
rich.
critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time
Yeah,
home
Tim,
buyers.
I don't want you to be.
That's the kind of
Real
conversation I
talk. I don't
believe,
want you to
David,
be.
that
Everybody
people
in the
really
chat, I
want
want them to
tonight, as
go
opposed to a
hard.
conversation that is constantly about
It's just
belittling
that other people were
and
scared to
name
jump in
calling.
there. They
Let's
here because I'm
turn the
looking.
page
Vice
I'm
President
looking at the
Harris,
number. They
thank you.
here.
Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
But
turn
Trump,
to
we
it
have
was
to move on. President Trump,
scared to
Let's
jump
turn to
in.
policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to
And you're right,
confiscate
Tim.
everybody's gun.
It was
President
supposed
She
Trump,
to
we
be
has
do
a
one at
have
a
to
plan
move
to
on
time
to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
They had
Okay.
already
That's what her
said
plan is.
all week they were going to
I
mute the
just need
mic.
to
Go ahead,
respond
President
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump.
president
not
has
muting
said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that
It's
I need to respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
gonna
need to
move
on
on,
respond
purpose.
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has said
President Trump,
multiple
this
That was
is
already
now
a
your
rule
third
that they
time
were
running
supposed to
for
mute the
president. You
mics.
have long vowed
As soon
to
as somebody
repeal and
speaks, they're
replace
supposed to mute
the
one or
Affordable
the
Care
other.
Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it.
Okay,
But
Trump just
remember
walked
this.
in the audience.
I
Put Obama in
inherited
the face.
Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be? Never going to be great. Or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad
This
ones.
is
The
what I
difference
keep
is they don't
saying
get
with
rid of them.
Kamala
Let me
that I
just
like.
explain. I had
When
a
he's
choice to
talking,
make.
she's
Do
not
I save
afraid
it
to look
and make
over
it
there
as
and
good as it can
engage with her.
be, or do I
And
let
that's
it
the
rot?
difference between
And
the
I saved
Biden
it. I did the
thing.
right thing.
Biden
But
wasn't trying
it's
to
still
engage
never going to be great,
outside
and
of
it's
like
too
people
expensive for
engage.
people.
But
And what we will do
she's
is
not
we're
afraid.
looking at different
She's
plans.
not.
If we
She's
can
not
come up with a
holding
plan
back
that's going to
with
cost
her
our
engagement with it,
people,
and
our
I'll give her that
population,
credit.
less money
Like I
and
really
be
give her
better
that
health
credit,
care
even
than
though
Obamacare, then
might
I
be
would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes
she
or no, you
might
still
be
do not
doing
have a
it so
plan.
she can get
I have
those viral
concepts of a
moments and
plan.
gifts,
I'm not president right now.
so people
But
can make
if
gifts. They
we
can make
come up with
viral
something,
clips,
I would only
plus
change it if we
facial
come up with something
expressions and
that's
all of
better
that,
and less
and it'll
expensive.
go viral.
And there are concepts and
So that
options
might be a
we
part of the
have
strategy
to
too.
do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours
So I'll definitely
when
give her that.
it was up for a vote in the
You
United
have
States
played it
Senate.
cordial.
And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged
Oh,
as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't.
hold on.
No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is
He
eliminate
definitely
the
works on it.
ability of insurance companies to
I
deny
just don't
people
like the
with
fact that they
pre-existing
denied
conditions.
what we
I don't have to
always
tell the
saw.
people
We
watching
saw
tonight, you remember what
ourselves,
that was
and they
like?
denied it.
Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor,
I'm gonna let her
if
speak
a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully,
so my haters
as
will
I've been
think
vice
that I'm
president
trying to
and
talk
we
over
over the
things.
last
I don't
4
like
years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice
Past his
President
prologue
Harris,
in
thank
terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue
Well,
that's important for
she
a lot
made a
of
mistake.
For the record,
Number one,
I
John
like what
McCain
she
fought
said.
Obamacare for 10 years.
I do like
But
what
it
she
wasn't
said
only him.
because
It
I
was
know
all
people
of the
who got
Democrats
screwed
that kept it going.
by that
And you know
care
what?
program.
We
I
could do
can't
much
rock
better
with it
than Obamacare, much
100%.
less money.
But I do
she
like
won't
the way she
improve
said it.
private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump.
are paying privately for insurance
Tiz, you know, you
that
got
have
that
worked
good
hard
insurance.
and made money, and they want to have private.
Like
She
good,
wants
good.
everybody to be on
You got
government
that
insurance where you
A++
wait
terrorism.
6
You know
months for
why?
an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water.
Let's go.
Vice President Harris, you
And
call
if my
climate change
if
an
my baby in
existential
here,
threat.
love
My
you.
question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been
Yo, for what it's worth,
the victim of what that
thank you
means in
to
terms
Rob
of losing their
in
home,
my
having
earlier
nowhere to
stream when I
go.
was doing the YouTube.
We know that we can
Thank you to
actually
Rob
deal with
for
this
the
issue. The young people of America care
tonight.
deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice
I don't know
president
where
over the
you at.
last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion
I know you told me
in a
earlier.
clean energy economy,
I know.
while we have also increased domestic
This is
gas
all because of
production
you, bro.
to historic levels.
Because you
We have
convinced me
created
this
over
is-
800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up
Like you really
factories
convinced me.
around the
So,
world.
you
Donald
know
Trump
what?
said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know
Shit, what
that
happened?
part of
I just-
building a clean energy economy includes investing
What just happened?
in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News
Damn,
presidential
we
debate
already got
from
closing?
Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
So where we at, y'all? What we thinking, man? How are you rating this one, man?
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
Tims, man, you really think Trump is going to see now? I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. Like, yeah, I don't know. Compared to Biden, I don't know, man, because like that was all the signs that we need to see. You know, I got to think about that because I don't know, bro, on that one. What makes y'all think? Because I've heard that before. So I'm gonna take what you said and open it to the broader table. What makes people say that? You know what I'm saying? Like what makes people say that Biden was done, but Trump couldn't remember facts. So you saying because they are close in like the age range that they might both be showing signs? Because I mean, a lot of times with the presidents, you know, they have a whole team around them that are responsible for remembering these certain things, are responsible for saying certain things. You know, he always speaks in general. Yeah. But Tims, you don't think that it might be that New Yorker speak that we known for? You know what I'm saying? Because you know, New Yorkers is known for a certain type of speak, that's straight, direct, forward. You know, we don't have to do all of these damn, I can't get the fucking word out. We don't have to do all these long, detailed words and long fucking things that we say. We just go straight forward, you know, and maybe that might be it. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you know, you heard this term before, straight shooter. And, you know, Trump has been known to be what they call a straight shooter. So he doesn't do the intricate, that's the word I was looking for, the intricacies. He doesn't do the intricate word or long terms of intricacies in speech patterns. He just says the basic words going straight forward. Maybe that's it. You know, like, I don't even want to like address the name because certain circles I'm in is not in the same circles as him, but they are admirers of him. And to me, I feel that that's what he does. He says, you know, that double speak. He says a lot of intricate words and long breakdowns of words and everything, but then at the same time is not saying nothing. So it's like you said a bunch of fucking words, but don't say nothing. Whereas a person might not say all these intricate words, but be direct to the point and is saying something. So I hold that in account when I weigh out certain things. That's just like a debate I just had with one of my bros 2 weeks ago, because that was not this Friday, it was last Friday. And he's one of my bros who is pro Kamala, pro Biden. And as soon as we see each other, he automatically got to go at me. Only because every time he goes at me, I cooks him. And y'all can look at the stream from last week, last Friday night karaoke stream. Go to the 4.5 hour, no, I think it was like the 4:40 mark. Because it was at the end of the night. Go to the 4:40 mark when I get to the next bar and I see my bro.
Live from the National Constitution Center in
Watch
Philadelphia,
how I cook them.
Pennsylvania. Here again,
All right,
David Muir
hold on,
and
they
Lindsay
back.
Davis.
They back.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice
Let's
President
see what the
Harris.
closing statement's going to look like.
So I think you've heard tonight
It wasn't the
two
dog
very
fight that I wanted,
different
though.
visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American
Yo,
people
Tibbs,
know
I
we
love
all
you,
have
my
so
nigga. I
much more
fuck
in
with you.
common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes,
I definitely
the
fuck with you,
ambition
Tibbs. You my
of the
dude.
American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can
Don't
do
be
that
scared
is
to get in the
about
chat, y'all. I see
giving
y'all in here.
hardworking folks a
Don't be
break
scared to
and
jump in
bringing
the
down the
chat. Don't let
cost of
Tibbs
living.
just take over the
I
chat now.
believe
Even
in
though
what
that's
we
my
can
guy
do
and he got a
together
wrench.
that is about
That's
sustaining
all
America's
this, don't get
standing in
nervous.
the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including
Tibbs, they nervous because you
respecting
got
our
that mod wrench.
military
They don't
and
want to go
ensuring
against
we
you.
have the
You got
most
that
lethal
wrench.
fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her
Tibbs is
government
a good
tell
guy.
her what to do. I'll
Don't
tell
worry
you,
about
I
it, y'all.
started my
He's a good
career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a
guy. All the
prosecutor,
niggas you
I
locked up.
never asked a victim or a
Charge.
witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now.
Yeah,
Someone who
Tibbs, you
cares
a good
about
guy.
you and is not putting
Good for you.
themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years.
Oh,
They've had
hold up.
3.5 years to fix the border.
About to hit it
They've
with the
had
Cobra
3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year,
Oh, come on, YouTube.
normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
Okay,
President
Trump with the
thank
fucking
you. And
rope
that
dope. He
is
tried
our
to hit him
ABC
with the
News
rope dope.
presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world and from all of us.
I'm not gonna lie.
Good night.
The last half was good, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm slightly disappointed. Let me see. Give me a second, Joel, to see if they're gonna do a breakdown. Oh, they didn't shake. They didn't shake. They didn't shake. Wow. Usually, they do a little shake to just show solidarity in the country and show. See what I'm saying? This is where I say it's all fuck shit. Because if you really want to show unity in the country, at the end of all of that, y'all would have walked across and shaked. You know what I mean? To say, yeah, we agree to disagree, but both of our concern is the betterment of the country. Oh, they're not even doing a recap. Let's get them the fuck out of here. Let's get them the fuck out of here. See, that's why I don't like MSNBC. But because I was in the clutch and I had to grab something real quick, like I really had to grab something to fulfill my obligation that I promised Rob from my earlier stream that I was gonna do, I had to fucking grab something. But if we're gonna talk about it, and I'm here to talk about it, so if we're gonna talk about it, yes, yo, Tim's, 100%, my G, like 100%. I absolutely agree with you. It would have been 100% a fake shake, but when you have two people, one the former and one who is running for the position of the most powerful position in the nation, and you have to show all of the people of the nation what you're trying to promote, right? If it was me, while the cameras was running, I would have walked right over to Trump and shook his hand, or I would have walked right over to Kamala, shook her hand. Oh, wait. Let me stop this one. Let me stop this one, because here we go with the fuck boy shit. Here we go with the fuck boy shit. Yeah, if it was me, I would have definitely walked over and I would have shook their hand, because I'm looking at the bigger picture of what it shows the nation. And what it would show the nation is that if we're both preaching and talking about coming together, and we're both saying about how we as a people and as a nation have to come together, the way we show it is by showing it amongst ourselves by our own actions. So we're going to show that solidarity in our own actions. So my action would have been, yeah, you know what? I don't fuck with you. I don't even like you. But for the bigger picture of the country and the nation, I'll shake your hand. Of course. And that right there, Tim's, is spot on. Their own agendas. Spot on. And that's why the country is divided, because of showing our own agendas. Now, looking back at the debate, I'm like, all right, it started off lukewarm. It got a little good towards the middle and towards the end. But me personally, I feel it didn't give us what we wanted. Like, I'd rather would have seen a dogfight than a cakewalk, because this is the only time that they're going to do it. It's not like we could say, all right, this one wasn't all that great. Let's wait to the next one. There is not going to be a next one, because even if they wanted to say, y'all should do another one, the American public deserves for y'all to do one more debate before it's over. They're not going to sign on. Neither one of them is going to sign on to do one more debate. And in a way, I think it's kind of fucked up. And it's not fucked up just like saying, oh, you're rocking with Trump or you're trying to protect Trump. But the fact that if I'm one guy running for president and I'm running against one person, and then I end up having to debate that person on the national stage, right? That person ends up dropping out, and then somebody just miraculously comes into the spot that I have to run against, where I'm entitled, not entitled, but we're usually guaranteed 2 debates from presidential candidates. Biden took up one, Kamala got the other. But when she got the spot, it should have been, well, now you're the president, or now you're running for president. There should be 2 debates. She shouldn't have got a pass where, all right, one debate that Trump had was Biden and the other one is against her. It shouldn't have been a pass, in my opinion. I really think it shouldn't have been a pass. I think that even if she runs for president, or she, as we see, got the spot to run for president, I think that it should have been a reset, and they should have scheduled 2 debates. But everything's intentional. I need y'all to pay attention. Everything's intentional because look how like when Kamala got the spot to be able to be vice president. I mean, to be able to go from vice to run for presidency, right? Look how far out they scheduled it for the first debate. They scheduled it so far out that it would be hard to even schedule a second debate before we have to vote. All, to me, all intentional. Because they could have easily set up 2 debates, which I think that they should have 2 debates. I don't think it should just be one. Because this was like the icebreaker on seeing how they pair up against each other, what one's policies and strategies is against the other's policies and strategies. And then they should go on a campaign tour, and then we get them all back for one more. Now, I think there should be one more. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Who refused the debate? Oh, no, nobody refused. I'm just saying that on the next one, I think both of them would refuse on the next one. If they tried to say, hey, the American people deserve one more from y'all before it's over. And y'all should give the American public one more debate before it's over. I don't think either one of them would sign on for it. I think both of them would reject doing it. That's just me. I think both of them would not sign on for that shit. Even though I think we, the people, the American public, I think we deserve to see one more from them. But I don't think neither one of them would do that. And that's just me. Some people might think, because one thing I want to do while I still got y'all here, because one thing with this new program and platform I'm using, I don't know how long they let me live. And when I'm doing my lives, I do long-term lives. So I want to check in to see the reactions. Like, what do people think, or how do they think it went? That's 1 hour ago. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, y'all. That's 1 hour ago. Because I'm really curious to see, like, what's the public opinion? Who think who got what? Do you think Trump won? Do you think Kamala won? do you think, you know, what's the reaction? What's the response? And it's funny. Hold on. Let me address this on the side note. I told y'all to pull up, and all you motherfuckers that debated me all year and had all that shit to say, none of y'all pulled up. I told y'all to pull up. But guess what? Until the end of this fucking election, this door is going to be open for you to come in it and pull up and debate me. I can't wait to cook you niggas. And I said that specifically to who I'm talking to. I can't wait to cook you niggas. Because here's the thing. Y'all be thinking, nah, he don't know what he's talking about, this, that, and the other. But at the same time, be scared to debate me on it. I'll be scared to have a back and forth on the platform on it. So if I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, why do y'all be scared to fucking debate me on a platform? And I'm sorry, Tims, this ain't for you. This is just for all the other people who gave me shit all year, last year, the year before, gave me shit in the discussions and want to go back and forth with me. I told y'all, all of y'all that have been coming at me, I told y'all, there's going to come a moment where I'm going to open up the platform and you all are welcome to come on my platform. Cam up if you want to, so we can see your face. Cam up if you want to, so I can embarrass you to your fucking face and debate me and go back and forth with me. And I promise you I'm going to fucking cook you and embarrass you. But guess what? Tonight I said, hey, pull up. Pull up, nigga. None of you motherfuckers pulled up. To me, that's very telling. That means either you scared to go back and forth with me because you know I'm going to cook you, or you have no faith in who you support, which means I'm going to cook you. Either way, I'm going to cook you. But yeah, you know, I'm looking right now. I'm looking right now and checking the internet to see if they started to do the polls and the back to see if they are looking at who said what. I see a lot of fact checkers. So there's a lot of fact checkers online right now, which I knew that was going to come because there was a lot of shit that was said that I wanted to fact check it while it was happening, but I didn't want to over talk too much, even though I was talking a lot over everybody. I didn't want to over talk too much because I wanted to hear what they were saying as well, you know. But yeah, let's see. Trump debate. Let's see what they're saying over here. Let's see what they're saying over here. Oh yeah, okay. Yo, Tibbs. Hold on. Let me pause this. Damn it. Let me come back over here to the side. Yo, Tims, thank you, bro. You know what I mean? Thank you so much, man. And I appreciate you coming through. I appreciate you sitting it out with me. I appreciate you being the first person with the balls to throw the comment in the comment section. And not even just have the balls. Yo, before you go, let me put some respect on your name. Not even have the balls to be the one to be the first one to put the comment in that I pinned, like I said I was gonna do. Pin not only one but two of the comments on screen. But then stayed and rocked out in the comment section while you niggas was scared. So let's put some motherfucking respect on Tim's name, god damn it. You know what I mean? He stood 10 toes down on his conviction of what the fuck he stood for and was ready for the smoke with y'all. And y'all niggas was scared. But it's all right. Y'all get next time. Next time. I'm pretty sure because Tim, he a mod, so I don't know if YouTube is giving the mods the notifications and not giving all my other people the notifications, because there was a whole, real talk, when we talked about this earlier, there was people that wanted me to do this so they could come in. But they also told me that YouTube has not been giving them my notifications when I'm live. And one of my people actually had to go back and hit the notification button again because he said they took it off. YouTube, what the fuck, man? Let a nigga win. Can I get in? Can I win? But yeah, salute to you, Tims. Salute to you. All day, every day. Put some respect on your fucking name because you did what everybody else was afraid to do, and you ain't give a fuck about getting in that chat and getting busy. So salute to you, man. Tell everybody I said what up at work tomorrow, man. Hopefully I'll see y'all soon when I get recuperated and back to fucking healed, because I ain't 100% yet. But yeah, salute to you, Tibbs. I already know how that grind is, because what time is it right now? 11? Oh yeah. Yeah. We got to be up at fucking 3:30 to be there at 4. And I think they said early start time is at 4. So, yeah. Optional start time is at 4. Yeah, I'll be paying attention to that shit. I'm in the chat. I'll be paying attention. But yeah, thank you, Tess, for coming through. I want to look up some things to see if they started doing that, because we've had enough time pass by where they should be doing these right now, you know. What is this? What is this? Skip. Why am I looking at Taylor Swift? What the fuck is it? Taylor, did Taylor Swift really say this? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, oh my god. Y'all can't get mad at me if I say some shit about Taylor Swift, man. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Hold on. I'm still live. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me turn this. Let me turn it down for a second. Let me say this to you, Miss D. I'm still live. You want to come in here and get some of this work? Because I'm still live. Hold on. Let me say something. If you felt that way, why didn't you check in? I was and still is live. LOL. Shake my head. LOL. I sent you the link. See what I'm saying? What? 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 Hold on, I just got some news. Get the fuck out of here. What? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, if you gone, I'm not coming back. Yeah, fuck that shit. And I don't give a fuck if y'all use this video. Get the fuck out of here. This is crazy. This is crazy. And this is why we watch an election. We talking about job security and all these different things, man. And then I'm looking at this bullshit. I'm looking at this bullshit. See, y'all don't understand. I'm talking to y'all, but I'm also talking to some of my peoples who actually have my direct number, and it's talking to me personally. This is some bullshit. All this shit they tell me is a fucking lie, yo. But some of these dummies always fall for it. Some of these dummies go with the fucking illusion. Like I told y'all, I promised y'all that I was gonna keep it neutral. I was gonna keep it neutral. I was not gonna put my opinion out. I was not gonna be biased towards either one, even though it might sound like I might have been biased. But I did give certain credit where credit is due with my opinion of what I saw. See, that's the difference. My opinion of what I saw. I don't have to conform to all the bullshit you motherfuckers want to believe or all of y'all want to fall in line with. We don't have to do that. I'm my own individual. You feel me? Nobody controls me. It's not going to happen. You know? But like I issued it out to everybody, hey, if you want to come in, say what you have to say, I'll give you some smoke. I'm right here. I ain't running. I'm right here. But all of that shit talking everybody was doing, when it come time to pull up, that's like me giving you the Addy, right? I said, yo, I gave you the Addy. Yo, here go the Addy. Pull up. Hold on 1 second. I ain't see nothing. No way. Get the fuck out of here, yo. Get the fuck out of here, yo. I hope it's close to home. Yo, see, that's some bullshit. Yeah, I'm not going. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that, yo. I can't do that. I'm sorry, yo. I'm having a conversation behind the scenes, man. But my bad, y'all. I hope y'all still fucking with me. But this is what I'm talking about, man. This is what I'm talking about. I don't like when good people get done dirty. You know what I'm saying? Like that really bothers me. You know what I'm saying? Because it's too many good people being done dirty, man. You know what I'm saying? Like what the fuck? That's some bullshit. That's some real bullshit. So it might be a wrap for me. Like y'all niggas ain't got no loyalty. Y'all got no loyalty. Y'all got no loyalty at all. Yeah, niggas ain't got no loyalty, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. And I've been through all type of shit, man. Like, like there's street shit, you know, corporate, blue collar, hardcore, and there's no fucking loyalty, yo. There's no fucking loyalty, yo. There's no fucking loyalty, man. Like all these fucking this shit is crazy, man. This is why I tell all of y'all, man. Build your own shit, rock with your own empires, create your own shit, man. Where you the king of your castle because you can't expect loyalty from these motherfuckers, yo. And I'm sorry to go left, man. I don't mean to go left, but that text right there just is like, damn, that's fucked up. You know, that's really fucked up. And I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot of people with smiles on their faces, like, we got you out of here, ha ha ha. But then sometimes y'all don't understand that what you complain about and fight hard to get out, and this goes back to the election shit. Fight hard to get out, you know. Sometimes what you bring in might be worse. Like how y'all fought to get the orange man out. Oh, we hate the orange man. He gotta go. And it was emotional. Once you got him out, look what the fuck we got. And where did that put us? I'm gonna just let that sit right there. Like, I'm gonna just let that sit right there. You feel me? Cause y'all motherfuckers, man, y'all is something else. But I will say thank you to all of the likes that I got on this stream. And thank you for all the people who stuck through. I really appreciate all of you beautiful, beautiful motherfuckers. If my peoples is in here, I'll say, I'm fishing tomorrow. Holla at me. Because you know you my fishing partner. And they love seeing you on the fishing streams. If my Yu-Gi-Oh people is in here, I might do a Yu-Gi-Oh stream because I feel like getting some combat in. So I'm gonna do one or the other. I'm gonna do Warframe or Yu-Gi. But what I'm gonna try to do that's a little bit different than what we normally do on the Yu-Gi-Oh stream. I might live stream it through this program, I'll say, to see how it looks when it comes up. Because I know y'all been telling me to cam up while I'm Yu-Gi-Oh streaming, so fuck it. I'm gonna give y'all what y'all want. I'll cam up when I'm doing this. But yeah, with the political stream, you see how fast I'm off that shit. Because I already know that all the spots are solidified. You have a certain set of people who are locked in to what they believe. No matter what you show them, no matter what you tell them, no matter how much of a shit show it is you show them, they're not gonna fucking persuade their opinion. And if I could just go left for the black sector of things, because you know I'm black, surprise. But yeah, for the black sector of things, y'all motherfuckers already know. We're divided on how we're looking at this situation. You got the new black movement, which I fuck with, that is like, yo, listen, we're not giving you nothing unless you give us something. We're not doing nothing anymore unless you rock with us. We watch you give everything to everybody else. You don't give us shit. Now we're demanding to have something. And now we have a division between the new black movement and the old black movement. You know what the old black movement says? You know what they say? Yes, boss. Whatever you want, Osby's doing it for you. You see how he does it? How we just love our boss. We're done with that shit. We finally figured it out that you niggas is the problem. Y'all are the problem. All you yes a boss ass niggas. All you old time non-conforming to the modern day thinking that we're a part of. It's time for y'all to go. And now if I bring it back over to the other side, where I say, it ain't even just a black thing. I had a long term, and you could look at the stream from earlier. I had a long-term conversation with somebody who all this time in my streams, I thought he was a black guy because he was on code. He was on code. And Rob, I'm talking about you. He's on code. And then he hit me with, I'm a white guy in Kansas. And I'm like, yo, but you on code. See, this is what I'm talking about. We look at it like if we cross over certain lines, we ain't on code with ourselves. Nah, we on code with everybody that's on code with us and rock with the way we fucking think, because you're suffering the same way I'm fucking suffering. But we on code with that against them. No matter what you tell me generationally that I'm supposed to do, nah, we not with it. And see, in black culture, what we do, generationally, you just vote a certain way because your mama told your Your mama or daddy told you. Their mama or daddy told them, which is your grandparents, your grandparents, and your parents told you. So now you double down on them. Damn, I'm fucked if I don't go along with this. Their grandparents told them, which is your greats. The greats told them. But then when you look at our communities and you say everything is fucked up, why am I going to keep going with a system of fucking failure that's been failed us? Because you say so. And the new movement is like, nah, we on code where we like, yo, that's a failure system that has fucking failed us. And we don't want no more parts of it. So we're going to hold on to our shit until somebody say, hey, here goes something for you. Y'all give it to everybody else. I don't want to hear I need to be with them so we can get something. They get theirs. Why the fuck we don't get ours? And like I said, I had this long conversation that I've been rocking with this person that's been in my streams, rocking with me heavy. Appreciate the fucking message. And think about that. Yeah, I'm about to go in. Think about that. You got somebody who I didn't even know they was white, that I've been kicking it with, that's been telling me, yo, bro, I appreciate your message. I appreciate what you're saying. It relates to me. It helps me. I'm thinking he on with us. Till today, he's like, yeah, I'm a white guy, Kentucky. And I'm like, yo, see, this is what I'm talking about. When I heard that, it made me feel strong because it was like, you know what? See what I'm talking about? The message crosses all boundaries. Because it's not just about that. It's about who on code. What we need to be on code with. Who wants to deal with success over fucking failure? We watching too many of these people that's rocking with the failure systems and then wonder why the fuck they fail. Do I need to go on? Should I preach? Should I talk about it? Yeah, I get passionate about it when I start getting in my zone. And like I told my bro, and I'm going to call him my bro. And y'all be like, well, he not your bro. Nah, he my bro because he on code. Some of you niggas that got the same skin, like what I told you with this Kamala situation, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Some of y'all got the same skin, but I wouldn't trust you as soon as I take my fucking eyes off of you. Yeah, I'm going to talk. But then I see this bro who I've been kicking it with. And Rob, I really hope you see this, bro. Because I know you say you're going through some shit. So I really hope you see this so it helps you. It inspires you. It really moves you. I hope you see this. I see this bro that's telling me everything he was going through. That he had a rough patch. That's why he jumped in the streams. He had a rough patch. And I'm talking to him. And as I'm talking to him, he's like, yo, bro, what you saying is real talk. It relates to what I'm going through. It's helping me. But we crossed the color lines. So don't you fucking tell me that it has to do with the color lines. When I jump on certain things and I jump away from certain things about who I say I might not fuck with. Because If you're on code, I'm telling you right now, and I'm showing you right now that the message goes beyond color lines. It goes to what the fuck we relate to wherever the fuck you from. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. And that's what I'm talking about with being on code. Because Miss D, I don't know if you in here or if you'll watch the rebroadcast, but she likes to have debates about what is it about being on code. And I told you, D, I want to be very clear. Let me get this mic. I want to be very clear when I say Miss D, because that's what I will refer to you as. I'm not gonna put you on blast here, but I'll just say Miss D. This is what I was talking about when I said I'm gonna give you that smoke. I told you I was gonna give you that smoke, and I also told you that you are more than welcome to come on my platform and have the discussion with me. Now, I would like to have it because I know you and I fuck with you and I know you're a good person. So I know you and I fuck with you. So I would want to make it the most comfortable space as possible. I can't control what the trolls is going to do. I can't control what the chat's going to do. But I would definitely open my platform to have the discussion with you. Like I told you. So I don't want this to make it seem like whenever I refer to you, I'm giving you the smoke and I didn't open the door for you to be able to respond or defend yourself against what I'm saying. Because you know and I know, and I got the receipts, that I did give you every opportunity to come on the platform. I give everybody the fucking opportunity to come on the platform and go at it with me. I got family members who I've gave an opportunity to come on the platform and go at it with me. And cuz I'm not talking about you, just in case you watching. Cuzzo, you know you my nigga. You know I love you like cook food. You know me and you can go at it for hours. Me and this nigga went at it for 7-8 hours straight. I'm not talking about you. Because we gonna arrange when you can come, you come on the platform. And it's gonna be beautiful when we go back and forth. I promise you. But for all you other motherfuckers, when it come to this shit and come to what I do, when I'm talking this shit, y'all don't want no parts of it. And if you do, I open the door to come on the platform and go at it with me. Because I'll show you what being on code is supposed to be. Now, I know there's some people still in here. You know, I'm a little disappointed that everybody that was in did not jump in the chat the way I would have expected them to. But I get it. I'm a little intimidated, so I get it. But hey, listen. This is here for all of us. And I want to make sure we all fucking grow together on this platform right here. And I appreciate each and every one of y'all, whether you agree with me or you don't agree with me. I appreciate each and every one of you beautiful motherfuckers. Let me tell you, I wouldn't change it for nothing. I think I finally found my comfort zone that I'm with, that I'm cool with. I hope y'all decide to grow with me as I grow on this fucking platform and this channel. I hope we get to the numbers we want to get to on this platform and on this channel. I hope that we get the donation platform where we need it to get to on this channel. Because I'm gonna put all of y'all to the test. And I don't mean my YouTube people. And I don't mean the mod squad and everybody who organically came in here with me before I got on screen on this fucking microphone. I'm not talking to y'all. Because one thing about the mod squad, and I'm giving y'all your credit. One thing about the mod squad, one thing about my Yu-Gi-Oh team, my Warframe team, my Fisher Stream team, my live karaoke night team, y'all rock with me organically. Y'all didn't even have to see who I was. Y'all didn't even have to know who I was. You ain't know a nigga status. You ain't know nothing. Y'all came in. Y'all said, hey, Carter, I like what you're doing. I'm going to rock with you. And y'all came back. You came back. You came back. And y'all stayed with me through this fucking journey. Some of y'all been with me for months. I fuck with y'all. This ain't for y'all. This is for y'all. You motherfuckers. And I might do a separate stream just to address this. Because I need to address this. And this is something that's well overdue. But this is for you motherfuckers. Y'all. Friends. Family. Niggas I rock with daily. Niggas that got my number personally. Why y'all ain't rocking with me? It should be an overwhelming number of sponsors and donations to the channel to support the channel just off of motherfuckers I know. Yeah, I'm gonna cook y'all too. Why y'all ain't step up? If I have a whole army of people who fuck with me in different spaces, and this was faceless, and at one time voiceless. This was just me playing the games, playing Yu-Gi-Oh, playing Warframe, and they rock with me. They ain't my family members. They ain't my friends that I've known since elementary school. They ain't people I met recently in the social space and befriended. This is just my YouTube community. How the fuck my YouTube community rock with me more than people I've known since elementary school? Friends that I've had since forever. Family who we're blood. We were born together, nigga. Something to think about. Because I don't know if you know, but I keep the analytics windows open so I can see when they jump in and when they jump out. You fam, you fuck with me. The fuck you at? Where you at? Even if you don't agree with my opinion, just jump in and debate and have a discussion. Where you at? Fuck you at? That's one thing they said in 2020. Not 2020. Prior to the Biden, the first Trump administration. They said like it exposed a lot of shit with individuals. Like it exposed a lot of shit. It show you like who rock with you, who don't rock with you. Because if you rock with me, or with family, or with friends, political, religious, gender, ideologies, all those different affiliations shouldn't mean shit if we're friends and if we're family. Shouldn't mean shit. But this exposed a lot of that. It showed where people's heads is at. And it showed how much people play off emotions and how emotion dictates their judgment. I just had to get that out. I'm sorry, y'all. I just really had to get that out. I'm going to look for a second to see what these posts were. See what's going on. Wow, look at this shit. We got 67,000 people watching. And how many people in the chat? How many people in the chat? Oh, that's why so many. They're on the trucking train. Oh, okay. Now, you know what's so crazy? If y'all could see this bitch that's talking, and look at this bitch, she gives all the signs of crazy. I'm crazy. So I'm pretty sure if we dissect this chick right now, you would be like, every crazy talking point that they support, she probably supports it. Yeah, I can't even look at this bitch face. I'm sorry. I can't even look at this bitch face. Let me see something. Um, all right, let's see. Let's go over to Dana. Let's go over to Dana with the data and see what the fuck they talking about. Maybe she got the judge on. Maybe she got Judge Joe Brown on. I'm gonna keep this rocking, yo, because I'm enjoying doing what I'm doing right now. And this is one reason why I know this is the space I belong in, because I enjoy this shit. Like, it feels good to be on the microphone again, even though it's not the microphone where I'm rapping. So I'm used to, doing music and rap. What the fuck was that? Oh, Dana do have the Judge on. You got Judge Joe Brown. What time is it? Okay, this might be interesting. Let me see what's going on. Is Dana? Hold on, let me see something. Is Dana opening up the chat where he's letting people come in on the stream? Oh, if they letting people come, yo, I hope y'all be here for that. If she letting people come up, if she letting people come up, I would definitely go up. Who the fuck is Mr. Green? Oh, no, he's he's simply Kamala too. All right, hold on. Let me jump out of this. You know what? You know what? Let me see if I could do this. Let me see if I could do this so I can make it good for all of us because I don't want to be jumping through different things and y'all don't get to see what I'm doing. So hold on one second. I think it's this one. Because I want us to all do it together. You feel me? I want us to all do. All right, bet. There we go. There we go. So now, I'm jumping through different channels just to see what the response is to what's going on, right? Oh, Corey Holcomb is on. Now look, y'all. Look, y'all. I don't know if y'all fuck with Corey Holcomb in the 5150 show, but let me tell you something. And salute to you, Corey. So just in case any of your people get word that I'm doing what I'm doing and they relay it back to you, I want you to know personally, I tune in every Tuesday to the 5150 show because it comes on every Tuesday around this time. Usually it's supposed to start at like 10:30, 11, but sometimes they be running late because it's in California and there's that California time difference. But I do tune in every fucking Tuesday like clockwork. I don't miss Corey Holcomb.
Sebastian
So
Maniscalco.
maybe we can go to Corey Holcomb and see what
It ain't
5151,
right tour
the 5150 show
2024.
got to say about tonight.
We saw it. It
Um,
changed me it changed
maybe
me.
that might be a
As soon
good
as I hear that,
option.
I'm like, I ain't gonna like this.
Since y'all scared to get in this fucking chat, y'all can't
right
tell
there.
me.
It's the
Should we
first
go
thing
there?
I
Oh
thought
yeah.
of.
Oh, they already on.
Farrakhan and Malcolm X have
They already
there
on.
are proof of their works for their people.
That's it.
Oh shit.
Kamala does not compare. That's all.
The brother who ain't
Oh,
who
he got Ribs of
I was
Islam.
reminded by what you said.
I'm not
What's
even
the
going to
other brother who
rewind.
on the
I do want to
presidential ballot?
rewind. Hold on. Let me look at something. Let me look at something, y'all.
You saying Trump?
Cornel West.
Cornel West, and I did mention him.
Just started
Yes,
29
He
minutes
has
ago. So all right, so we good.
Yes.
proof of works for the people.
We good. Let's fuck
If
with
you
Corey Holcomb.
brainwashed and you voting, why wouldn't you vote for Cornel West if you black? Cornel West has proof of putting in work for black people.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna
They
watch
had the
that.
video of them police in St. Louis pushing him down, and he so
If you got soft skin,
he has been
let me
on the
say it now. If you got
battlefront
soft skin, Corey
for
Holcomb's
brothers
not
and
for you.
sisters. regardless of what you want to come up and say about him. You get what I'm
don't
saying?
have
That's
tough
I
skin,
believe
Very
that's
true.
a black man who's aware of who he is.
Corey,
Very
hope it's
true.
not for you. Hit the
So
fucking like. Hit the
this
sub.
Kamala Harris.
I'm sorry.
I mean, yo, you know, Craig, I don't want to. I want you to be able to make points too. I know
Hit the
I'm
like
talking
button
like a
if you don't
motherfucker,
mind.
but RZA
Hit the
said
sub.
something to me about
We
the
just hit
presidential
1,500
debate,
subs.
and I
Thank
would
you
talk
all.
about the
Thank all you
presidential
beautiful
debate
motherfuckers.
only because
We just hit
you're here.
1,500 subs.
Yeah, that picture is what
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying.
didn't
Now,
see that.
It was at the
let's
front
mark
line
Oh yeah.
out there
2,000.
in St. Louis, not
2,000
hiding out in
subs.
the back. Talk about go get them, y'all.
Right.
Let's
He
show
was
them
right
that they
there
can't
in the
stop us.
front.
Smaller
An elderly
channels.
brother could have got
Getting this
stumbled
fucking
and
dirt,
all like
man.
that.
Mhm.
I got love for
And I
Cornel
hope y'all
West. He's a,
start showing love on the
Mhm.
hold on.
donation part.
This Cornel
platform.
West right
Once
here.
the super chats open up,
I'm
we
saying,
have
like, I
super
got
chats
love
and
for Cornel
donations.
West
Shout
because
out to
I
Carol,
know
Miss
he
C,
loves his people.
That's a
for
fact.
being my
Shout out
first
to our brother.
ever
That's a fact.
He ain't even
donation
mentioned as one of the
sponsor.
presidential.
No,
My
I'm one of the only people
sponsor.
who have,
Shout out to
I would
you,
say that I've
Carl.
seen. I know other people have
Miss C,
definitely said it,
as
but
we
I
gonna
brought it
throw
up
you on the
that
platform.
he's on there
Shout
as
out
well,
to
just
Miss
to let
C
people know that there are
for
other
being the
options if you
fucking
choose to
stream
vote for whoever you
sponsor
choose to
and
vote
my
for.
very first
Again, I think everyone
stream
knows, and I'll make it very clear
sponsor.
again, I don't trust Kamala, nor do I trust
Like I
Trump.
told you,
I'm not voting for
$10
either of
minimum
them, make
for
it very
stream
clear.
sponsor.
But I did
Let's
mention
get
that
it.
Dr. Cornel West was on there also. So there are people knew that there are other people. If you don't trust those two, maybe you will,
And
you know,
salute to you,
appreciate our
Carl.
brother Cornel West's
Salute to you,
plan,
Carl,
etc.
for
Whoever
being
you
that.
choose to vote for, I would not be voting. That's just me personally. But again, just to end off that whole thing dealing with the conversation, we have to be mindful at this point that whoever you choose to vote for, that's fine. The other half of the work that needs to be done is us building up our own community. That is it. There is no president who will
Yes.
save you.
Salute
There is no
Miss
politician
C.
who will save you. You will have to
Make
save
sure y'all put
yourself.
some
That is
Craig,
it.
respect
do you
on her
vote?
name.
No.
RZA, do you vote?
Locally.
Yeah, locally.
Locally, but not presidential.
You know, is the debate over?
Yes, it is. The debate was earlier today.
I would love for you to make some points that you want to make about the debate.
Salute to Miss C.
But I just want to say
First stream
this.
sponsor. We
If
got our first
they
stream
didn't have
sponsor.
any conversation about the destruction of the
you.
American family,
Mhm.
which is the reason everything is in chaos, why would I watch this sucker shit? The American family is gone.
Hmm.
Even with the Caucasian man.
That's a fact.
If we're not talking about the separation of the women from the men, this ain't just black people. This is all the women have been trained to rebel against everything in their insane state of life. And, you know, motherfuckers don't understand what I'm saying when I say that, but if a woman is out here, I'll put it like this. If she went through 30 through 40 without being around a strong man training her, by the time she is 40, it's almost impossible to save her.
You don't have
If we're not talking real
we're not gonna
facts
be able to
about what's happening with the beautiful
letting
women
y'all
of the
know that
world,
now.
who some of
I'm gonna ride
them
out with the
can be
episode,
saved and become
I'll sit
something
here
that you
and,
can have a proud legacy with.
Listen to
What are we talking about at a debate?
Because
Right.
you got RZA
I think
Islam.
motherfuckers are homeless because families are not together.
Having RZA Islam on is kind of.
What is the debate about?
Oh my God.
I don't know. I mean, like,
Well, I can tell you what I saw today. The debate ended about 35, 40 minutes ago, roughly. And it started at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. And it was what I knew it was going to be. It was a circus, to be very honest with you. Now, here's what was interesting to me. This is very, very unbiased. Again, I don't trust either side. Whoever you want to vote for is who you want to vote for. The only thing I will encourage you to do is look at the policies. Look at what they actually are going to do. Again, they make promises to get in office. Is what they do as a part of the plan. But overall, from what I saw from each point that Kamala was making, that Trump was making. Number one, when it comes to immigration, Donald Trump, his promise, close the borders, kick out over 11 million illegal people. This is what he's saying. He's going to use the National Guard, is what he's promising. When it comes to Kamala, she's promising to continue, basically, to allow people to come over to seek asylum, to continue to put in place certain things that helps them when it comes to getting food, clothing, shelter, of course, housing vouchers with hotels, you name it. That's mainly the immigration side of things for both of them. When it came to abortion, Donald Trump
You're gonna be mad.
saying that he wants power to be given to the states, where states get to vote on abortion, versus the federal government when it comes to Roe v. Wade. Now, for those of you who don't know about Roe v. Wade, that is basically a white woman, Jane Roe, Norma McCorvey, who fought to be able to get an abortion. Interestingly enough, fast forward, she never got one. The woman who fought for you to be able to get abortions never got one herself. On her deathbed, you need to watch the documentary of her deathbed confession called I Am Jane Roe, where she literally said, I lied. I lied. They paid me to lie. I flopped my story multiple times. And that whole circumstance of women dying, or pardon me, women pushing for abortion came about as a result of a lie from that woman. That was just a side note that people need to know. Here's the point. They both lied multiple times. Guns, they lied about that. Kamala is the only one who actually addressed the family to a degree. Kamala actually was presidential. Kamala was classic. This is what I laughed at. Tonight, she looked more presidential than he did.
I gave her
Trump
credit.
ain't never tried to be presidential.
Right.
Trump got a mob.
That's a fact. And he said that too. He said, it doesn't matter. She's not going to win. He said, she's not going to win. Doesn't matter. So I was laughing.
That's why they put her up there. Because they not finna vote for the sugar mama bitch.
It was a lot of back and forth. It was a bunch of lies, a bunch of promises, a bunch of you did this, you're horrible, you're horrible, you're dumb, you're dumb. It went back to the same overall thing. But I'll just say overall, when it comes to who looked more presentable, Kamala looked more presentable. She played to the audience. She said, the American people, I'm talking to you. I care about you. I said, she's good. Oh, she's good as a speaker. She's good. Tonight, first debate, Donald Trump he was more aggressive. But they were both acting, but he just had his mask off more. He just was saying.
Who do you think gonna win if you got Kamala Harris against Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Donald Trump is liked by the good old boys. And you don't know how many of them is it. Have you ever been to Montana?
It was interesting. I'll just say that.
Like Southwest don't fly here.
Remember, y'all, that's what I said.
About the immigration point, though.
That's what I said.
Kamala Harris wanted to open the borders is when people become citizens of this country, they have to declare a political party. So that's why she is so heavy on immigration, because,
for voters.
For votes.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Which is.
I watched my nigga.
Yeah, it was a game. It was a game. Kamala played to the emotions of the people. Trump played to the reality of the economy, closing the borders, bringing back businesses, etc. He's a businessman, so this is known.
You never imagined Trump would be president how he went out. But didn't they make it convenient for him to run against
TK the Slade?
A madam-looking bitch.
That motherfucker is retarded.
How you think? Do you really think this madam-looking bitch is about to get more votes than one of they boys? One of the good old boys.
They got to cover.
I mean, I'm saying, like, if I'm saying something out of pocket, please tell me.
No,
they put him against somebody he know he was gonna beat. They wanted him to be there. All this vote for Kamala. There ain't nobody vote for. Remember, Hillary thought she was going to be president. That bitch left ain't even say bye.
Man.
Now you get Wheezy from Jefferson's up against a motherfucker who sent a mob at the Capitol.
I need my bro.
Not against
my bro, Greg.
Black people. He mobbed the motherfuckers who he was smiling with. Trump was like, I don't like your pussy ass. Watch this.
They got to cover up her neck.
Why is that such a problem when people say that they don't fuck with her?
It's real baggy. They got to cover her neck up, man.
She got some beef jerky in the front of her neck. Right?
That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, it looked crazy.
And then I'll just say, whoever y'all choose to vote for whoever you choose, do your thing, but start building the community. Focus on building the community. Same thing we have to do now is the same thing we're going to have to do after November. It really doesn't matter who's in. That's why, again, I'm not going to say, this person won, this person lost. Kamala looked more presidential. Trump looked more blatant and no BS, no acting, just raw like he always is. That's pretty much is it.
Do you think voting locally helps, Craig? I know RZA got a reason why he said he do it. I'm wondering with you.
Yeah, indeed. Vote locally is great. I mean, local property tax and local initiatives for business. you know, being like in the know about you know, just different initiatives in your community. You can win locally. You can make some money, especially if you got local papers.
Yeah,
all types
yo.
of things that you could
R.I.P.
glean from if you
James
vote
James
locally.
Earl
You know,
Jones, man.
you could affect the price of
Let me
parking
get that off
tickets
my
in your
chest
city.
too.
You could affect whether it's, you know, why there's so
R.I.P.
many
James Earl
meters
Jones.
That's
in
fact.
your area. You could have, you know, so
Darth
vote
Vader.
locally is the way to go. I mean, that's
Luke,
the most
I
responsible
am your
thing you could do.
father.
I wanted you to say it because I know RZA got a reason for voting locally.
Yeah,
You got more to
And
say
I'm
on
not
that?
just saying that as a
absolutely. Well, I'll
fan.
say in addition to what our brother said,
I'm
everything he
saying
said was
that
pure
as
facts.
somebody who
In addition to that, you can get at
met him
the
on
mayor
several
and or
occasions.
city council. They have a meeting every Wednesday
Talk
or
to him
Thursday,
on
depending on
Twitter.
what city you live in, where you can go into the chambers, into the city hall, walk right
Escorted
down
him
there and
to the
address them
vehicle
directly. Let them know, listen, we got
safely
potholes on this
on
street.
one.
Listen, we got this issue happening at
And he
this
looked
school.
at me and
You
said,
need to handle this. We have these, problems at this grocery store. We have this going on here. And they have to handle that. Or again, you address them again, you show up with
because
more
I kept
people,
it real with him.
etc. So there are ways to get more things done on a local level. That I am in full support of. You just want to make sure that whoever the politician is that you are pushing to get in office or who you are supporting, that they truly are behind what it is that you want as a people. And I want y'all to know when it comes to voting locally, you want to be involved to the degree where they actually have more fear and respect of you as a people. Put pressure on them is what I'm saying. Put pressure on the politician. Let them know, listen, you need to do this. You need to handle this. We have issues in our city. You need to do this. You're the mayor. You're the city council person. You need to handle business. Because if you don't, then they will get paid off by those who are right above them. So remember, the further they go up in the political ladder, the further away they get from the people, the closer they get to corporations. The more they get bought off by people up here, the less they have an obligation to those who are down here. Like you said, the average brother and sister down here. So locally, I definitely agree. But when it comes to presidential, Senate, and things of that nature, if you don't have money that you are putting behind them at that point, then they have money being put behind them by someone else who does not have your vested interest at heart.
I just thought that it was all, if a
I
politician
didn't
is a
even want to
politician,
remind him
they're going to
of
go
the other times we met each other.
where the money is.
Because
And these corporations know to get the local politicians
real
too.
talk,
I mean, like you can say whatever. Listen, today I was watching
I could already see like
one of the sports shows,
how
and I saw Stephen A. Smith, and I'm gonna bring it up. He spoke up for the establishment. No surprise, because the brother for the Miami Dolphins,
I already can imagine that
Tariq Hill, was violated.
He made no appearances,
and of
came
course,
to that event.
Stephen A. Smith spoke up for the Popo. He speaks up for who his boss
and
the money
behind the scenes with people
tell him to speak up for, and that's how he holds his position. So we definitely need to explain to the people,
I told them that
your local politicians as well
all that good.
might listen to you because they got to, but whoever is coming with the money and the power is who agenda is going to be executed. Stephen A. Smith basically told black people today, when the police pull you over, roll you in down, hold your hands on the steering wheel, and obey and call them sir. That's what he said today.
Right.
We know that's how you live. But what about us brothers who ain't doing nothing wrong, but we have the courage to ask questions? When the police pull you over, from what I understand, they have to tell you what crime you committed before they get to yanking you out the car. Now, am I wrong about this? Maybe somebody might know the laws. I understand, from what I understand, they ain't supposed to just grab you out the car, force you to the ground like they did Tariq Hill, without making sure they have explained to you what you were pulled over for. And I saw Tariq Hill give him the license. We saw that. And we saw him roll his window back up, because this is America. Police are a gang. If you are a police officer, you are part of a gang. Don't ever think it's
don't know
anything
if
else
you used to
but a
be in the
gang.
world,
There's proof to back up what I'm saying.
but I'm reading Facebook,
Even if you don't like it.
and these
Now, am I
motherfuckers
saying all police officers are
I'm sorry.
foul?
That's the only
I'm not
word I
saying
can think of.
all police officers come to work with bad intentions toward the people.
Fucking retarded.
But I'm saying they in a gang and they have to do
You could
what
be-
they
you
have
could
to
be a
do,
felon,
which is
you know.
gang up on the people.
See,
If you a cop,
makes
this
it
is what
sad,
you sign up to
you know what
do.
makes
And if you
it so
tell
bad?
on your brothers who out here doing dirt, you get
And I know you-
violations from the
It
gang.
makes it so bad.
I mean, like, I don't know if what I'm saying
It's
is
a lot
shocking
of
people.
friends and
But
elders
I got direct family
who
who
I
in the gang.
like known growing up.
Police officers
that
are a gang.
according
If
to
you see one of the police
bullshit
officers doing something, even if it's
that
out of pocket, you better bag him up, or you're
I
gonna have
know if
problems
I
in the gang.
go at it hard,
Do you know who Dave
crush-
Grossman is?
No, who is he? Please
Dave
tell
Grossman
us.
is a Caucasian man
but
and military
I can't crush
officer
them
who
because
trains the police departments all throughout the United States.
I
And
understand where they're
his
coming from, and I
seminars, he
forgive
talks
them
about
because they
how
don't know what
it's
they
a great
do,
feeling
and
to
I
kill.
forgive them because
And don't ever feel bad for wanting to kill anyone.
They
This is
don't
what he
know
says
no
to
better.
police. He trained a lot of the LAPD. He trained a lot of the NYPD.
you
He
know
trained a
how
lot of
they
those in
say
Houston, different parts of Philly, you name it. And he specifically goes into how it is okay, it is fine to feel good about killing. That is fine.
or
Then people, this is something that people did. So it's layers to this, right? So I'll mention, because our brother Hill, that situation was very specific. If you do not know,
really
not just the law, really, but
for
if you don't,
the uninitiated,
if you're not honest about what you're dealing
I'll
with,
say,
and you think that because you have some money that you can possibly be above or be treated better
that's
because you have
the
a little
highest
money,
level you can go
you're
to
wrong.
with it.
Let's make this clear.
The
What you
uninitiated.
said, correct, Corey. This is a gang. It is the
And when
biggest
you say
gang we are
the
dealing with
uninitiated,
in America
you
when it comes to military
really
might
need to
outside
know
of
what that means.
hundreds of millions of citizens.
Out here, they even got tattoos, right?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. This is a
I'm
gang.
not lying
What
on
is
nobody.
So you need to know who you're dealing with. Be honest about what you're dealing with, and don't poke
You're
this
not on
bear.
the level
You need to be
to know the
smart. This is
deeper
not. This is what I'm
understanding.
saying. Is don't bend over and just no. You need to know what the hell you're dealing with. This
There's
is
a gang member talking to you with a
absolute.
gun.
Yes, this is a fact. So know
You're
what you're
not
dealing with. Okay, if you're gonna give the license,
on
fine. He said, "Oh,
level.
just give me my ticket." Okay, now when you want to start playing games, rolling the window up, doing all that. Okay,
Mean
this is what you're dealing with. We're not talking about morality. Many of these individuals have
That's
no
good.
morality. They have no moral compass. They don't give a damn. They don't. Many of them
See,
are
some
on
of us, we
psychotropic
understand
drugs.
what
Let me let
it
y'all
is.
know another layer you need to know about. Many of these people came back from deployment. Many of them are on psychotropic drugs,
And we're not the uninitiated,
which many of the side effects are suicidal thoughts,
which is
homicidal tendencies, rises in
very
aggression,
different from
you name it. Many of them are not wrapped
uneducated,
tight. Many of them want
the
to shoot. Many of
undereducated,
them want to kill. I'm saying many. I didn't say most. I didn't
uninformed,
say all. But many of these people with these
which
badges on
goes
are
to the
domestic
uninitiated.
terrorists under Title
But then on the
18,
highest is
subsection
the
5
uninitiated.
of the United States Code.
There it
They
is.
want to kill. I'm
Yeah,
just
but
letting y'all
you're
know.
not
So you need to stop playing games,
privileged.
getting out here thinking that,
Uninitiated.
well, I got some money, that you should treat me better, or just give me my ticket, or man, I know my
You're
rights.
not
Just
on
say
the
any of
level
that you
enough
want
to
to say.
know.
But do you
You're
feel me
on the
why I'm trying to
level
tell
Of
people
course.
this is a gang?
Yes.
That's not what they're saying. They act like these are
Look it
men
up.
and
I
women
know this
just
new
doing
area.
their job.
No.
No.
Well, look up the
Whatever
limit.
dirt they see their fellow officer do, they bet not set him out, or they'll have issues in the gang.
In LA, they call it the blue line. Never cross the blue line. Never rat on an officer. Christopher Dorner,
Hold on.
77th Precinct, Los Angeles Police Department. He tried to report
thought I was-
his partner. The whole police department turned on him. That is when he went rogue and started to snipe out and shoot many different officers. They sent the entire county of San Bernardino to go chase this man, over 2,000 officers, because he was one of the top trained in the country. Black man, Christopher Dorner. Y'all need to remember who he is, and he was right to say, my partner did
You know what? That's what I wanted.
this wrong action against a man who was already on the ground, handcuffed. He was not a threat. Why did they kick him when he was
That's
down?
what I
What
want.
he reported him. They destroyed his life,
So
turned his
everybody
family
can see
against
it.
him. They froze his bank accounts. All of this, and he was one of the most trained people on the planet, brother. He had the qualification to protect the president of the
Everybody
United
can see
States.
it.
And that right there is what that messed him up so badly, because he was like, I'm an officer. We're on the same team, right? And they were like, nah,
I'm pretty sure.
you thought we was on the same team.
Well, this is my indirect message to Tyreek Hill.
I'm pretty
Yes.
sure.
You are up against a gang. You get what I'm saying?
Get a lawyer.
Because
brother.
some people like, well,
Get an attorney.
The brother got to try to live. I'm trying to help him live by telling you the people you dealing with are going to get away with whatever they do to you because it don't matter what was seen. They got a law for that. Because right now they saying he did something. Tariq Hill did something. The point I'm trying to make, you up against gangbangers, and whatever happened, they got a law where that gangbanger will be.
Y'all ain't fucking with me.
Use a big word. I ain't sure if this is it.
That was a brave.
Exonerated.
Yes, sir.
Did I say that right?
Yes, you did.
Hey.
Where's Rob, man? Where's Rob at?
That's the point I'm trying to make. See, my message is indirect. It's to let you know
Where's
when
Rob,
the gangbangers pull you over. Now, I will go as far as to say this. California Highway Patrol got some professionals out there on the road.
Y'all ain't fucking with me.
That try to be fair. California Highway Patrol, I have had a lot of incidents with the California Highway Patrol because I got 8 cylinders, nigga. I get pulled over by California Highway Patrol, and I'm here to tell you, when they pull me over, I can't say nothing like, about time y'all got me, goddamn. Do you know people are in danger out here when I'm driving? You know what I'm saying? Right. But most of the time, they be calm, cool, and collected. I appreciate that about it. I wouldn't say that if it wasn't true. This is my experience because I know how to talk.
I'll be so mad.
I don't be up there. I just be like, hey, what's up, officer?
Looking on the back end.
Yes. All right. Here.
Directly
whatever.
to you.
Can you tell me what I did?
Because I mean,
and then they start laughing because it's obvious what I did. I know I did something wrong. I just wanted for the record.
Can I
I was doing 100.
They already know what I'm trying to.
I'm glad you said it wasn't but 100.
Just not
Can I mention this? Okay,
but they already know.
We all have to learn the basics of how to deal with police. We all have to learn the basics.
Should that be a class in college?
Absolutely. Matter of fact, there are. Yeah, you do have some in college, and then you also have some basics when it comes to criminal law, like Criminal Procedure 0, which is a basic class when it comes to understanding basic laws in your state.
Wait, there's a class called Criminal Procedure 0?
Yes, sir. Criminal Procedure 0.
That up, y'all.
A little sip.
That might be something that can help the people.
Absolutely. If you're in college, you want to take that class, and there are other classes as well when it comes to criminal procedures on how criminals are charged, the basics of understanding what that is, you name it, and so you can get some good information.
What the fuck is your facts at, Craig? Put a fact in there, nigga.
Nah, but we brothers, man. You know, Craig ain't trying to show off tonight.
Hold on.
No, Craig's smart. He learned too.
Yeah, hold on. I'm telling you, this is a serious thing that we have to do is understand how to interact with police. Every single person. We used to have these classes in a lot of our after-school programs, a lot of our Black-owned programs, and some of them still do it right now. Like exactly, civics did teach some of that, but we have to learn that when it comes to relations. Okay, your license, your registration. Okay, insurance. Okay, not speaking outside of the presence of your lawyer or attorney. Be mindful, y'all. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Even when they roll down the window and they ask you, do you know why I pulled you over? And you respond, no, officer, you have entered into a verbal contract automatically. Now, this is when you start getting into certain very subtle areas of law when it comes to how talking to, you're not supposed to say anything.
Hey, so when they ask you, do you know why I pulled you over? What would you say? Because I got a thing I say every time, and it get me out of trouble every time.
What I say is, here's my license and registration. There you go. Here's my license registration, officer.
There you go.
I don't answer questions.
Anybody that's
normally, and there's a tone because depending on which officer you get, you got that emotion, they got that ego. Now they want to press you. It depends. See, again, you got to know how you know who you're dealing with. Read the room, feel the energy, because every officer is different. Because you got some that day they just trying to get something started that day.
Yeah,
you got a lot of them like that. Then some you have who are decent human beings. They pull you over. Hey man, look, you got the tail light out.
Fair use.
Hey, you was speeding. I ain't even gonna give you a ticket today. I've been let go by a number of officers. I can't lie about that.
Yeah.
But again, just know what you are potentially dealing with. You can either leave that day with no ticket and be cool, or you can be dead that day.
Right.
That's all. So just don't play with it. Just
you got something you tell the cops?
Please go ahead.
Oh man, I be sandbagging.
What is that?
That's my strategy. It's a business strategy, and it's just a strategy when you deal with somebody that has power over you. You just you underestimate yourself.
Yes.
You humble yourself because that gives you an advantage. So I just try
Hello,
to
guys. Welcome.
I take the
Yeah,
calmest,
it's me.
most
It's me.
respectable approach, just so I
I'm
can
giving you what I
be
want.
focused
I'm on
and kind
cam.
of just be able to predict what his movements may be. Because
Yeah.
if he get to reaching, I
And
may have to
again,
pull
thank
off. Or
you,
I may have
Miss
to get out
C,
and dog walk
being our
This is a
first
fact.
Yeah,
stream
so
No, this is a fact.
yeah, I sandbag.
I'm gonna
That's my
plug
thing.
you
Well,
all week.
I
Craig
wanna-
just said
I'm gonna plug you
is he
all week
appeals to the ego
until we get
of the officer.
another.
I'm so
stream
sorry,
on
officer.
for
But
that
you know what? I
Johnson.
was wrong. I don't even know what I got stopped for. He may not say these exact words, but I'm letting you
Somebody to match
know
you
that's what
now.
he's saying.
Now
No,
the
it don't make
game
nobody a
is
punk. So you got to be
who's
mindful.
going to
Be
match
smart
Harold?
when you're dealing with
Who's going to match
uncontrolled
Miss
people.
C?
Be smart, because either you
As
can be
the
like, yeah,
stream
why the
starts?
hell you put me over for and all that? You can do all
When
that, and
she
they can
said
just
it in the
pow.
stream earlier on the
Now what?
stream,
I just want.
I'm
I'm
so
gonna give
setting the
people the
bar.
game.
Yeah.
It's my
Now
job
who's
to
going to
save
match?
lives.
Yes, sir.
I
Because
get
she
let
has that
go
much faith in
almost
me
every
and this
time
channel.
by the cop when I tell
Shut
them this.
up and shut up.
Go
I'm
ahead,
just
Corey.
saying. I tell them this.
Go ahead, Corey.
And
I
I'm so mad that none of y'all
am
got
in a
these
hurry
conversations,
to
man.
find some
'Cause I
cranberry
know
juice before I
by
go
now,
home to my wife.
I've been on
Cause
3 hours.
this bitch
By
I just
now,
left got me
Chaos
tingling.
would have jumped in. Rob would have jumped in.
And
James
they
would have
always
jumped
be
in.
like, just gone, bro.
Alan Poole
Just gone.
would
I
have
got
jumped
hosed.
in.
Gone, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Queen
So
would have jumped in.
let the cop
Jay
know
would have
about your
jumped in.
tingle, because he know
I'm
about
talking
that
about the whole
too.
mod squad.
I had a cop give me some
They would have
cranberry
jumped
juice.
in by now. But I know that means that y'all not getting the
You
notification.
gotta use your head. Use your head.
You know, there are other laws and
But I'm
exceptions
gonna
you can
tell
learn.
you because
I think there's one thing depending on what state you're in. If you have a white flag or a white
watch
tile
the
that you
whole
hang out of your
Corey
window,
show.
if you're speeding, that lets the
You know what I'm
officer know
saying?
that
Like,
there's an
we'll sit here and
emergency
we
or
watch
someone's
the whole
pregnant or you're
show.
headed to the hospital. I believe there's certain things like that. I'm not recommending y'all just do that to speed, because they're gonna be behind you and verify where you're going. But there are certain things like that too. But yeah, Corey, you hilarious for that. I can see why they let you go, brother. That's
They let me go.
Yeah, that's,
Either that or
interesting.
have a man spread eagle in the next seat. They be
yeah.
like, y'all get the fuck out of here, you nasty motherfucker. What? This is what you got to do. If your homie in the car tell him he got to sacrifice to save the ticket. Take your pants down. What? Really? They won't hold that against you? Hey, brother, we need you out here, man. Sometimes you got to have one of the brothers spread eagle, man.
What a night. What a fucking night.
Or do the cranberry juice thing. That work almost every time. As soon as they hear you say it, they can't believe you thought of some shit like
part of
that.
my fishing
Because they didn't heard it all.
Salute
They ain't heard that
Howard
one.
Coop from the
I'm gonna come up with a
UK.
better one now that people finna start using it. I gave that to y'all.
You know I
I gave y'all my escape plan. That's how much I love the
my
people.
late night on the street streams.
You ever been into it with the police?
No, hell no.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I have.
I ain't got that goddamn it on me.
But thank you, y'all.
I've been into
And when the police pull me over, that goddamn it is put up. They got to tear my car up.
You ever been pulled out the car by the police?
Yeah, I've been into an altercation with the police. That's what I learned. Like looking back, I should have chilled. I was dropping my father off one day on his block, and I got pulled over by
it's so
a
crazy.
Spanish police officer.
And
He was
knock
one of
on
them
wood.
dudes that thought he was a white boy. And as I was helping my dad to the crib, because Pops had
Our
a stroke,
altercations
so he was
with
kinda
police.
handicapped. He, my car was double.
I've never
parked.
been
He
that
was getting into
aggressive.
my car. He was like, first thing he said is, "Are you on probation?"
knock on wood.
Or parole?
Or parole?
Come on.
And this is
That's part of their slick shit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
when you hear
I
somebody
said,
like
lets them
"Nah."
know
Star
how
say
far they can go with
fly
you.
or die.
I said, "You still think you're a white boy?" And that
What
started
do you mean?
2 hours.
Now,
One thing I know he didn't do, he didn't grab you by the head.
Let me tell
And
you.
then he started calling people, right? So I
I've
ain't
been
no
in
criminal.
so many fucked up
I embarrassed him. He
situations.
started calling other police. I said, your watch commander, we
Fucked
need
up
all
situations.
that. Tell everybody that
Where
you think
I
you're a
should have
white boy.
been.
He was poking the bear. Hey.
You was fucking with him.
Oh, no, it was 2 hours.
Correct.
And then,
No,
what I'm saying? And I ain't got no records, so we're gonna be here all day. And then when they start pulling up, everybody started. I said, "Hey man, I just want to let y'all know this nigga think he white." So I don't know if y'all know that he's Mexican, but he think he white.
Cool.
Yeah, because he didn't have fights about that at the motherfucking at the station.
Oh yeah, man, I embarrassed them, man. They didn't take me to jail, but they wanted to.
Like, shout out to the local police department.
I'm glad you made it through that.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck what they say.
I've been through similar multiple times. Watts.
You got pulled
Compton.
out the car?
Pulled out the car in between Compton and Watts, right off of what is that, Mona and Imperial.
Okay, I gotta ask you this. I ain't trying to fuck your story up.
Yes, sir.
But wait, this is I'm glad I ain't got that maca juice in me.
Because
I got something different for you,
Did
brother.
they pull you out the car
Yeah,
while you
I
had
was
on the
supposed.
suit?
No.
Okay.
No. See now, some of them they made
They
have
be a dirty rotten motherfucker.
No.
On me.
Any man with a suit on ain't up to no good. Especially a suit with a tie that's buttoned up to the top button. That is not a criminal. Ain't no black men in suits doing nothing criminal.
Like,
I mean, we just don't wear suits when we doing criminal. A black man in a suit with a tie that's tied all the way up is trying to be the best person he can be. And I think the police in the world need to know that. Whenever you see us in suits, ain't no fuck shit going on.
We can have a conversation.
Now, if you see us in this little pussy ass shit I got on, goddamn,
especially when he said,
I can tell you I've never been pulled over and had an issue with the police when I was suited. Now, I've been pulled over when I was suited, but I never had an issue. They know. Like you said, there is a certain way that they operate. And they have a wall, just so everyone knows this.
Me and you,
I've had many discussions with police officers. I've really dug into the psychology of exactly how they operate.
Off duty.
They have a wall of descriptions to look for. These from here to here are criminal, from here to here are possible criminal, from here to here average citizens, most likely non-criminal. They have the do-rag, the white beater, tank top, they have the t-shirt, they have the hoodie, they have profiles. They do. So when you say, okay, you profile me, they actually have profiles. These are the basics people know. This is how it is. But like you said, men in suits, it's not on the radar as a criminal. That's why the biggest criminals wear suits.
The law.
Black men in suits. Yes.
That means you are trying hard to be respected when you have on a suit as a black man.
What about a
when a black man in a suit is like, are you serious?
He's like, oh yeah.
My life is together.
I say, hey, you.
I know how to tie. Do you know how hard it is to tie that tie he got on right there? That ain't no regular shit. I bet Phil couldn't tie one of them ties.
In a private space.
I tried to tie one of them ties, got mad at the motherfucker, and buttoned my shirt down and showed I ain't got no chest hair.
It's gonna be me.
I cannot tie a bow tie, and I won't wear the clip-on ones. I feel like I'm selling out. God damn it!
Well, I'll tell you this, brother, because people are saying that they said, Reza, the FBI has you on their list. That is a fact. That is a fact. So wearing a suit is one thing. But when they see what you do when you have the suit on, then they can also determine where they're gonna put you. So that's another thing. But on the average, a brother wearing a full-blown suit, 9 times out of 10, they don't suspect much. I say 8 times out of 10, like you said, black man in particular.
But did you say a bow tie with the suit is more dangerous than a regular tie?
To them, it is for sure, and that's why they don't mess with it. And now that is a fact too. Now, y'all gotta understand this when it comes to how the nation moves and the record and reputation. They are well aware. There is a reputation when it comes to the Nation of Islam's interaction with the police. I'm talking about physical altercations. I'm talking about shields getting cracked, brothers beating up police in self-defense. Years from New York to Cali. This has happened multiple times. They understand if you attack a member of the Nation of Islam, we are not going to not defend ourselves. That's not how we are trained. It's not what we believe. If you will physically attack me for no reason, I'm going to defend myself, as any intelligent human being does. The difference is 9 times out of 10, we're also trained. That's the difference.
I just thought about it. Why don't y'all sell bow ties?
No, a lot of brothers do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I bought this from a black man. Yeah.
That's a bow tie you tie, right?
No, this one is a clip-on.
You got a clip-on?
Oh, even
man, you selling out.
Here we go.
Let me tell you house on you, Rizzo. He wore that clip-on because just the 5150 show. I ain't gonna even lie. I'm offended.
I'll tell you why. This is a clip on because when I'm out at night, and particularly in certain areas,
that's how you
if something happens,
that's a pocket knife.
You will not be able to choke me with a tie. It's gonna pop off, and I'm gonna pop off on you.
Right.
I'm just letting you know.
I like that. That's validated everything.
Talking about the situation.
Absolutely. So
I'm so glad you have a good.
I'm just letting you
know. The last thing you want to
That's why, seriously.
Is engage.
Oh my God! I thought Rizzo was selling us short.
And they're number.
No.
Hey, I want to add to Rizzo's point about profiling at the police station. That's what the internet is.
There's only one way.
The internet is a profile creator for the fake.
That way,
they are profiling you every time you get on there. And please understand that, you know what I'm saying? Everything from your search habits,
eventually
you talk about, who you convene with, to the times you log on.
And that's just go over.
They profiled you, and if they want to get you on something, you already got it.
That's a fact.
Just understand that, man.
That's a fact. Understand RICO laws. Understand why so many of these court cases are happening now because of associations. Who you hanging around with when they look at all the profiles on the internet. Like Craig said, it's very real. A lot of people are incriminating themselves by what they post and talking about all over the internet. By the time they pull you over, they've been watching you for the last 3 or 4 days. They know where you was eating. They said that's the car he drives or she drives. They pull up on you. Like Nas said it years ago, they call them the hip hop cops because they watch them too. They pull right up on you. So you get out the car. Hey, how you doing? Come right over here.
Well, your car got computers in it. They know where you going.
That's
I pulled up to this one girl's house in the car, just spoke.
Does matter.
He was like, "You still fucking with that bitch?"
If you're here and you're watching,
I'm getting rid of this car, man.
Today is Tuesday, and every Tuesday,
I can tell you, brother. You brought up something about maca juice, but I have something that I take. Shout out to our brother.
You're not gonna take no maca juice tonight.
No, sir. No. I take my own brain supplement, brother. I take intellectual power.
And
I take this right here.
Tell us about the intellectual power again, even though a lot of people know about it.
Well, I'm gonna let you know right now. Y'all might want to get ready. 10% off for the 5150. Number one, let y'all know this because I love and appreciate y'all so much. 5150, I would say, is the number one group
you got RZA
that
Islam
takes
on,
which power.
Which I
believe
like RZA Islam.
About 200 of you have
like
left
RZA
5-star reviews on
it.
intellectualpower.net. The website is in the chat as well. But this has 13 ingredients. It is a
Even though they
brain
gave him a
supplement
lot of
for
smoke
brain and
over the
nervous system
years,
health. It helps with reproductive health,
credibility,
digestion.
what
It
he
helps
said,
with
but,
the immune
to
system.
me,
It helps with a number
RZA
of
Islam
different
is solid.
things that happen with the body. So this is something, again, a lot of people already taking this 13 ingredients, and many of you have already been taking this. So in the chat, you could just tell people how it makes you feel.
I want to tell you, I
It's
can't
everything
say
that's
it
gonna
helped
come
with
with me.
direction,
You know what
but
I mean?
you do be focused
If
trying
you
to
rock with
fuck.
that, then you'll understand why.
My mind be right on it. I'll be like, "Boy, I took that. I should have took the other
It's
shit
solid,
today."
you know,
Man.
whether
When you
you
wake up that next
disagree
morning,
with
if
the
you
nation
take it at
or
night,
agree with the nation,
you're gonna have to use 2 different
they
toilets.
still represent firm,
Cleans you out.
solid
That
structure.
It clean you out?
Oh my God.
Situation
Yes.
for black men
Oh, yes.
to get
The digestive tract, brother.
mind.
Remember, you have 2 brains. You have the first brain,
So
which is the
right
physical at
now,
the top,
where
and then you
we're
have the
at
second
right
brain,
now,
which is your stomach.
I'm all
And
about
this, if your
who's going
stomach
to
and your
figure this out
intestinal
of
system
fucking
is not
program.
clean, that is where all of the
So
viruses and negative bacteria
fuck with the
fester. That's when you
nation,
get certain diseases, you get diabetes, you
out
get
of it,
cancers, you get all this stuff building up. So
so
you
be
have
it.
to clear your digestive
If
tract.
you fuck with the
This
black
helps with
Israelites
that
and the black
tremendously. So it helps with
Israelites out
digestion,
of it, so be it.
detoxification,
Fuck
rebuilding of
with
brain
me
cells,
with the
rebuilding of
freaking
different nerve cells, and a whole lot more.
man
So that's
or the
again with no side effects,
freaking
100% 13 herbs, all
that
vegan
we
friendly,
want
you
to
name
I'm
it.
taking that with some coffee before I get
so
on
be
this
it.
next flight.
It helps with
Whatever
energy too,
rich
so you don't need the coffee.
out of
No. The
But you can.
coffee,
programming.
for some reason,
Because
like
we
not if
all
I
got
drink
the same
coffee every
goal.
week, but
We
like
just
if I
got
drink
different ways.
coffee occasionally,
But we all
that
got the same goal, which is break
this
me
another
up
word
out
I'm not
of
sure about. I'm gonna put it out there. If I'm wrong, please correct me. It
this
acts as a diuretic.
mind fuck they have.
Does that
on.
make sense?
Mm-hmm.
What is diuretic?
Helps you boo boo.
Helps you boo boo.
Yeah.
Right. So if
Yes, sir.
I go to Dunkin' Donuts and drink some RZA and put some RZA pills in my mouth,
Mhm.
an hour before the flight, in 20 minutes, I'm gonna be looking for the handicapped bathroom so I can take my pants off when I shit. Because I don't like shitting with pants on. I like to shit with no pants on.
Yo, you know what?
For people who don't know that, I'm just
And
putting
I'm
that out
going
there
to
in
do
case
this
you
for
bust in the
y'all.
bathroom.
Now
I
that
can
I'm
be like,
starting
this is
to
what
get
I
this
do. I already said it on my show.
No, I'm
See,
yeah, it's serious, y'all. It is serious, but it doesn't rush you to the
Stream
restroom
Yard.
like a heavy
Now that
laxative.
I'm
So
getting
don't
this,
get that idea. But when you
down
wake
pat,
up, you go to sleep, depending on when you take it, it
what I
will clear
might
you out.
do
It works in the
is
body.
I
Oh, it works
might
very, very well.
do
It works very well. Yeah, not take it again. Make sure for those of you ordering tonight, the code,
last
my apologies, the discount
Yo, let me
code
tell
is
you something.
5150.
Let me tell you
So click the
something.
link in the chat that's in there now.
That
Once you
last
order
one,
at checkout, type in
you know,
5150, you get 10%
some
off.
of y'all
Again,
say
I
it's
appreciate all of those
very
to the
inappropriate.
5150 men who have been taking it. And
It
man,
talks
their
about
reviews are amazing,
look,
Corey. You should
that
go to the
there's
website and see it there. They are talking about how it's helping them with memory, with
It
digestion,
was
with a lot of them
such
talking
a
about
fucking
reproductive health.
epic show.
A lot of them talking
That's
about
like
bringing down
tonight
inflammation,
having my
pain,
drinks while I'm
all
doing
of that stuff.
debate.
No. Man, look, dude, I got it on.
We're gonna give
I'm
you
around
something
you
more
for a
epic
reason,
than
brother. I
we
know you
received
coming
if
with
we
it.
wasn't doing this debate.
Hey,
And
Nair,
last
will
week,
one of y'all come and
Corey,
do this for
yo,
me?
they gave
Because
Corey
I
this
also have
fucking
something
mushroom drink,
that I
right?
want
He gave
to
this
push.
mushroom drink.
Hold on one second. Let me
And
find it.
they told him
Find
straight
it
up when
quick
they
like
gave it
this,
to him.
because I want
Only
y'all to
sip
play this for
certain
me.
portions, right? Don't drink
As we are
shit.
promoting products
This
that we
motherfucker,
feel
as soon as they gave
can
Oh, they
help
said the link
people.
doesn't
half
work.
that shit.
Who said
And
the
it's
link
like,
doesn't
oh,
work?
what you doing?
Right there.
Yo, let me tell you something.
I got
Let me
you.
tell you something.
Can we play this right here?
When that shit kicked in,
And let me know as soon as it's ready to play.
you talk about laughing to
Yeah.
cry.
I just want to ask you a question
That
real
shit
quick.
was- Yo,
You said the 5150 people
last
are the main ones
last
who have testimony about this.
funniest
Yes, sir.
fucking
So the
5150
5150 people,
ever seen ever.
they
Ever.
go and support and
Not
purchase
only did that
products
shit kick in on
that we
fucking
push.
Corey,
Absolutely.
it kicked in on
Absolutely.
Greg. Because
Macca was
Greg,
telling me
that's my man.
after last week's
Go out with
show
that, so I'm a drink.
how busy he got.
He started
Yes.
puzzling.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
He was like,
Greg,
yo,
fuck that.
I was
5150
like,
is
I
no joke.
told you.
Yeah.
Because we don't have
I'm gonna drink that shit.
a class of people watching the show
This whole shit.
that
And then
aren't doing nothing.
Then
Not everybody got people that's just
they
only
didn't know they
watching the
were
internet. I put it like this: they only
They
take from the internet.
talk about
There
this,
are
that,
people with the room on their credit card to support us on this 5150 fan base.
Absolutely.
And I'm so proud of that. And I don't let everybody come on. So everybody, please don't start calling me, telling me about your mixtape that you want to promote, because you can't afford to send everybody what they need to send. And I just can't set my people out to everybody. If I have people advertising stuff over here, that's on me. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Now, me saying this,
So I
if somebody
know
choked to death off a pill,
you-
they gonna be like,
I rock
right
it.
here, Your Honor.
Yo,
I told me.
Oh, no. And if you can't take capsules, there's nothing. Open the powder, put it in your juice or water. All that is on the instructions page on the website, too. Because some people can't take it.
nights, yo,
So you can open
They
it.
can open up the capsule.
Yep. And put the powder
pour it in their
juice,
water.
their water. Absolutely.
Okay, let me ask you a real
said
question.
Reza pills work for real.
Who said that?
If y'all scroll up a little bit, they just said Reza pills work for real.
I do.
Yeah, get to it. I want to send out the name.
Fucking Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yep, go up, go up.
We got everybody that
I don't
jumps
know.
in.
Go up right.
Well, they
Keep going.
probably reloading that phone.
Well,
I mean, that song.
I got you.
and jump in.
You gonna play it loud like that? Stop it. I want people to hear that motherfucker.
Why
It was
is
only
it
like
Let me know when
$5.
y'all ready to play it. Now, can y'all get to the part where it say Reza pills?
Nobody
Work for
Where I just want to know who said it.
None of
'Cause
my
I look
regulars
at people
got
in
the
the chat.
notification.
It's right
Like,
up there, just a few more up, and you'll
I can't
see it.
believe that, yo. I can't believe that.
It worked when I tried it. That's what somebody said
Right there.
I can't believe
Julio
What's
Richardson.
his name? Julio Rich son? Go down a little more. Like you going down.
Yeah, you see it right there, Julio Richardson.
No, the other way. Yeah, Julio Rich son. We appreciate that testimony. Somebody say get an enema. H.G. Wells, he's stupid. Okay.
Right
Okay.
there, Julio.
Mm-hmm.
Julio Rich son. Okay.
Yeah, and they
So let
brought
me
some
ask you a
ingredients.
question.
Mhm.
I don't know if you ever did this, but I'm just saying, some people might go for this if you think it will work. Can you open up the pills and sniff it?
Come on, Corey. Please don't do that, y'all.
Oh.
Don't do that. Don't say, hey, you know what? It's all natural herbs. Don't. You can't use the herbs that way.
I do everything like drugs.
Please do not sniff the powder. Disclaimer now: do not do that.
Don't sniff the
Don't
powder.
sniff the powder. There's soursop in there. There's turmeric. There's rosemary, basil. There's sativa. There's
This one girl has soursop in it. It doesn't matter. It don't matter. She was sour. That's all I'm saying.
Somebody said this to you.
Did you
really need to take this because it is it boosts your immune system and antivirals in there too.
There's something really wrong with you, bro.
I'm on my other bottle now. I just opened up the other bottle.
There you go. Click that link in the chat, y'all. Intellectualpower.net.
Perfectly wrong.
We got a product I want to push.
But it's perfect.
Where you go to 5150 Skin.
Need.
And you purchase we have a lubricant that works well. It's like an oil. This is serious. And I'm the last person who needs to be pitching it because I'm goofy, but I can't use lotion anymore because I don't like stuff you got to rub in for 5 and 10 minutes. Right. We have created a product called Human Lube that goes on your skin, your hair, and it has no active ingredients that's going to have you itching. Nowhere. You can do anything you need lubricant for with Human Lube.
I'm trying so bad.
If you know what I mean.
But, yo.
You know what I'm saying?
Human Lube?
Human Lube.
Human
Lube. It's on 5150 Skin. When people order it, we make sure you get your order. Do we got that song we can play? I know this is not the time to be playing the song, but it's just like a minute commercial song where me and my homie Moody put it together. And let me know when y'all get ready to play it.
Look up. You know what? And I did say I was gonna look up.
Okay, this is we ain't made the commercial yet. I'm just gonna play the song.
Response.
Play it.
Debate, feedback, to see what was going on. But then once I went on Facebook,
itching from dry skin, keep you scratching on your back.
This is how retarded.
Irritation has set in, cause your nails are sharp like that.
Like,
your body needs moisture. You need to be rubbed down.
Like,
order a bottle and we'll send it to you now.
Hey. Oh yeah. I'm looking at her. Now I know for a fact that you are definitely retarded. And listen, Baby P, that's what about you. This bitch is retarded.
That's right. Go to 5150
and I
Skin
said it.
And get you a bottle of the Human Lube. Thank you very much.
Got no
a lot of people be having good testimonies on the Human Lube.
I believe it.
I mean, like, you know what it is? It's like because I'm silly. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't know, but it also makes some people go, let me see what the fuck this is.
Human Lube.
Human Lube. This is for all parts of the body. It'll make your hair lay down pretty like that.
Just so you can understand why I'm saying
I gotta acknowledge somebody who just walked in the house. One of the people
because I'm like,
who has put this
outside
thing
of your
together.
emotions,
We up here at the world famous Coin Academy.
Or did your emotions dictate the fucking debate? Because obviously we didn't see the same thing.
Don't judge him by his hat. My brother, go back, has decided to bless us today up here. What's up, baby? You know my head tore up. Yeah, what's up, Go?
I want you to know
you got your son with you, right?
This retard.
That's your nephew. Oh, my bad. I messed up.
Eating cats.
Yeah, I remember when your hair was like that. You had the but you had the what was it? President Carroll, he had the that was finger wave. He started to say, I had finger wave. VSOP. Look up that old video. But that's you had the finger waves there, right?
That was a slam dunk.
Oh, this is from the music group. God damn it. And look up that old video, VSOP.
When the debate was going on,
and you gonna fall out.
I posted it to my Facebook
because he got the finger wave. You right, baby?
Everybody, come get this work.
The President Carroll, whatever. Back in the day when we was out there. I want to see the picture with dreadlocks.
Oh, Kamala said this.
I see him. Look, bro, what up, baby?
Kamala said that.
That's what's up, man. He sound like you.
She said we're good, we're winning.
What you mean you was worried?
See, as much as I'm trying to be fair,
right? Oh, he just had a baby at 39.
Be fair.
Oh yeah, one finally made it to the top. Congratulations! That was a determined one. He was like, I gotta do it for all the ones that got put out.
When I see these,
and
then when I see all the dumbasses start talking,
doctors,
then it gets me.
Come from elite people.
Triggered.
Layla used to call him Theo Huxtable.
He's worked up where I.
He used to really do his own work.
Okay, I gotta speak.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful, man. You want to come up here so people can see you? Because they'd have never thought you did your homework.
Yeah, he been wearing his hair like this. He been wearing his hair like this.
Don't judge people. This is the guy who always did his homework. What's up, young brother?
What did I miss that they saw?
Yeah.
That I didn't see.
What's that Lenny Kravitz song? Darlene, you know his balls bust out his pants, and you got the picture in your phone. All right, well, anyway, I know Rizzo over here like, oh my God, did he say balls bust out? Anyway.
All right,
and it was him?
He's doing too much.
Yeah. Did he know who you were? That's what's up.
She was all right.
That's what's up.
She did the first.
Let me finish this show, Mac. Look. I mean, go, Mac. We always happy to see your interesting outfits. Like, I love that hat because it's hot as hell outside. Your head wet, ain't it?
Holy shit.
Like a dude hooping in a leather.
I get it because you have to capitalize.
He always match it and shit. He got that fly shit, goddammit. Really, he like me a little bit. Except I be going a little bolder, goddammit.
Second, third.
I got my
but now by your third
outfit, old boy fought the Terminator in Terminator 1.
You look like a villain.
Hold on, he said he want to say something. What?
With your legs, Chris.
Shut up, Black.
Helps you.
That's maca juice you got in your hand, ain't it?
Is there a sign?
Yeah, I know you walk around this motherfucker like that.
Please, let me know. I don't care if it's now.
You know, I took naked pictures of myself when I got home with that maca juice. I did. I got to work out a little more. I can't show that to nobody.
Legs crossed helps develop your ovaries.
That's Darlene over there. Darlene, when are you gonna come sit down? No, you don't see, you misunderstood me. Come over here, D. We need you to help the show have validity with different races. Why you think you're round, Buster Brown?
The CD with D. You coming in?
What kind of change is that, man?
There go D.
I just be doing weirdo shit, man. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm going. This is late life crisis.
Corey dressed like a Family Matters villain.
I had a girl had a lace outfit like your do rag. You ain't had nothing tonight, have you?
No, hell no.
I don't know if y'all know because I don't know if y'all watch it.
Darlene OGOTs has joined the show.
Darlene is the first wife of.
Are you learning your place, D? Oh my God! I am so proud of you, D. He is learning how to step aside with real motherfuckers and talk.
I've been known that. Come on now. Anyway, I was gonna elaborate on what you guys were speaking about earlier about rights and stuff like that. But like a basic website people can go to too is ACLU. I mean, it has, it has a lot of the basics. Know your rights if you go on the ACLU's website. And a good thing that they stress
for everybody that
is that the escalation is on the part of the police officer, not the citizen.
Doesn't matter if you stay.
So
yes,
even if you just.
So the police are supposed to let you spaz out and not slam you on the ground and put their knee in your back.
Well, they're supposed to try and de-escalate the situation no matter what. So, and they cannot open your door. You got to look in each state, but majority of the states are pretty similar where they're not allowed to open your door. unless they have a
reasonable doubt,
a reasonable, yeah.
Do you know in San Francisco and Atlanta, a lot of men wear chaps that easily bust open and they want to get through down on the ground?
I really appreciate all of y'all. We just
as soon as they get out the car, they'll be like,
we hit 1,500 over that mark.
Why did that?
Next
Why
goal.
did you do that so good, Corey?
The
You done
army
it. I
to
know.
march.
I'm scared. I'm
your
scared.
glass is big. But look, what I'm trying to tell everybody
And I
is
think
this. There
once
are
I get on
things in life that must be talked about by the people you relate
I
to.
really believe it.
And that's what we really try to do on this show. When RZA comes on the show, I know he gonna give it to you and give you some good information. And on top of that, he gonna give you a product that I'm so proud he has developed so that now he can actually put something in your hand to help your wretched ass.
The brown, y'all. I'll show y'all. Yeah, I finished.
Just like my brother Craig. Craig is a member of the 5150 show, and he has music you can buy and see how clever his mind
I just
is.
wanted something light.
You got it's the Chill Withers album collection, right?
I didn't want to go crazy.
Shirts out, man.
What's the shirts again?
Monkey belongs to everybody.
Her monkey belong to everybody. That is testimony from God.
I got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be at the Ice House headlining the weekend, October 19th. Couple shows already sold out. I'm trying to do 5, man. Y'all purchase them tickets.
Maybe
I'm doing a live
50.
roast. Me, CP, Big Ja, stand up.
That's
and
what
the
happens when
podcast
you do
live.
something so strong.
Now, immediately. Before
It makes the next one after
nice.
And
that's
the
what's
thing
up.
is,
And look, RZA,
I'll give it
because
to
of
them.
your knowledge, I want to make sure that we miss
Where
any
was
points that we should bring up because
goal
I mean, like
is
I
that
wanted to ask
none
you
of
a
them
question
expect
about some of the stuff we
it
normally
wasn't like
talk
it was
about on the show because
intentional.
your opinion
You know what I
is
mean?
very
Watching it
appreciated.
from the beginning.
Absolutely. I mean, there's
And
always things to
last
discuss.
week, in the
I'll
beginning,
mention another major thing that's happening right
doing
now
the
that people have to
stream,
look forward to.
everything was cool.
One is the bird flu conference coming up in October.
And they
So they're
was
about
talking
to
to somebody
find
on
out
the
another way to
other side of
institute
the camera
another
about
layer of mandates.
that.
They're pushing for more
He's like,
shots.
yo,
They
I
just
got
added the
I got a bunch of them for
CV-19 shot to the
something
childhood
for
schedule.
everybody.
No scientific proof that it's safe and effective. In fact,
And
the opposite is true. They did a study on 99 million people who took the shot, determined that they have come down with neurological disorders, reproductive disorders, Guillain-Barré syndrome, all this. This is a public study, 99 million people. But now they are pushing to make that a mandatory shot every year with the flu shot. Just so y'all know. So it's another
but
the flu shot, but they're using that for bird flu.
But the flu isn't mandatory.
It's right,
They
exactly.
push it like crazy though.
They
but
push it like
my
crazy, and then they
God.
make it to where you can't go to school certain areas, certain times.
Oh,
You know, they make it very
Corey,
difficult for you to get exemptions, etc. So they're adding
Darlene
the
took a little
CV-19 shot to
shot,
that
but she was
every year now because they didn't make as much money off the flu shot anymore. So now they're replacing it with the CV-19 shot. They're also just approved a shot for bird flu. They also have, I think, 3 different viruses that are now popping up all over the place. Triple E is one of them. West Nile virus, they're saying that that's back. So I'm just letting y'all know, look forward to them pushing more shots. They're going to try to institute more mandates. It's something that they're talking about heavily right now. Just letting y'all know. So it's not to be afraid, it's just to be aware. But the people are not going to go for it.
Nigga, I tell
that's what I'm
You
thinking.
still catch bird
and
flu
that
like
shit kicked
if you
in.
fried chicken.
That shit kicked in. I was
Oh, crazy, man. Look, I'll just say this.
If you eat a bird out, they got some of you gonna catch. Oh, that's all I'm saying.
Can you catch the? Are you saying you can catch the swine flu by your? Don't cook your bacon well.
That's the cheapest chicken in the grocery stores. Bird flu chicken.
That's what they're talking about. They're talking about all kinds. And now they just recalled chicken nuggets. They also recalled eggs. They recalled all this stuff. So it's to institute a large amount of no food.
Should we be eating raw? We should be eating raw, right? If we keeping it a buck, we probably should
raw fruits and vegetables. Now I don't know what kind of raw you talking about, brother.
Hitting raw.
But raw fruits and vegetables. I'm not going with. I know where he's going with that. I'm not doing that tonight.
I got a buddy, man. Shout out to Big Ja. He's from the D Herbs diet. So Big Ja was big.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This brother lost 90 pounds
Wow.
in 2 months eating raw.
Wow. Shout out to our brother.
Cardio. Shout out to Big Ja, man.
Wow. Okay.
Well,
And how old is he?
Go ahead.
Big John's 42.
Does he just do nothing but cardio, or does he actually lift too?
He's just doing all cardio because if he lifts, he's gonna put on too much muscle. But
Okay, because you start losing your muscle, and you lose muscle.
Yeah, I didn't think it was possible. This is one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, to see him drop like that.
Yeah, it's like, nigga, hold on. So it was really just.
But when you get serious about your thing, you normally get results.
Yeah, that's
90 pounds in 2 months.
90 pounds.
That's
in 2
impressive.
months. Just eating raw. D-Herbs diet. Go to therbs.com. Purchase the cleanse. That shit really works. I'm an advocate for it all day long.
Absolutely.
Can you claim that you love a woman if you let her come to your house and don't change the sheets, knowing you've been sitting on the bed naked passing gas? That's what I want to know. Can that be real love? Because I think if you really love somebody, you'll change the sheets. But if you will allow her to lay her head.
But does she know? Or are they visibly?
Some of them
soiled?
know. I just got great excuses.
Well, if it's a real bitch supposed to be.
I mean, I was doing push-ups over there.
It's a permanent stain. It's clean, but it's a.
My women sleep in a cage next to the bed.
That's really impressive, though.
Yeah, that's how
my brother RZA ain't part of this life.
Yeah.
In fact, he is about to be a married man. I'm so proud of him.
I'll be there in my black suit, man.
Are
you going?
I want to go so bad.
I want to go. I gotta work. If you want me to do a video to play for the people there to hear something.
Do your thing, Corey. We know how you gonna do,
I
brother.
want you and Flame to sing Dance with My Father. They want y'all to do a duet.
Dance with my father. You're stupid.
I ain't gonna be like, now you know Riz ain't gonna invite me to his wedding.
That was fun. That was fun.
Oh, man, that's wild stuff.
Dance with my father.
Hey, I got a baby boy on the way.
That's what you told me. I gotta see it to believe it.
Congratulations. Drop him and bring him up here.
I want to see the baby hair.
Craig, are you kidding?
Yeah, I'm about to have a son.
How long?
He should be here last week of December, first week of January.
I'm really proud of you, dog. I didn't think
Are you gonna name him
I got
Corey?
another one that's been trying to find me. But
You gonna name him Corey?
no, you got to do it. It's either gonna be Craig or Sire.
Now we need Nail and Abe to have
No,
seeds.
they're so young still. No, fellas.
No, they need seeds. Abe, how old are you? Yeah, you've been shooting blank 32 years, boy.
Or being very safe. That's good.
It's time.
Yeah,
you
thank
got to
you,
get a
Abe.
microphone in your house and go inside a sauna so that the microphone vibrations can go through.
Yeah.
And you got to say to your sperm, make it to the top. Say that about 40 times in a sauna and you will get a baby.
And if you want a boy, the oldest trick in the book is curl your toes.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or just stop putting it.
Don't curl your toes, boy. You're going to get a Magic Johnson son.
Oh, shut up. You're so stupid. That's an old saying. Curl your he
And and his flip-flops going to be regular size too. So
cannot.
he might be able to fool some people.
Stop putting the cum in your pocket. Let it shoot inside her. Keep it in his front pocket.
No, stay.
He got plastic
childless
bags
for as
lining
long
his
as you
pocket.
can, guys.
No, Nail needs a seed. Nail
He's
is.
got plenty of time.
No, he don't.
He's a guy. Yes, he does.
Nail, how old are you?
Oh,
He's
28. Come on.
His years are flying by. Even though he eat healthy, he might be able to have one in his 50s.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
And baby, at least the baby mama will know how the hairline is gonna be at that age. At 50, the truth is out. Yeah.
No, at 50.
Phil had to cut his dreadlocks. They was looking ridiculous.
Phil had a lock. Yeah, one lock.
He's stupid.
He had the Peebo Bryson version of headlocks. Phil was like, I can show you the world as headlocks.
He used to sleep with it wrapped around his neck. Yeah, locks for real, Phil.
Yeah, you didn't see the picture?
Phil had the
Phil, let's see
locks
the
down his back.
I loved
his son
it.
came to the show in San Jose, and it was he live again.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's like,
Phil live again. As soon as you see his son, you're like, that's his son.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love that picture of Phil when he showed. Wow. I was like,
RZA, you got kids yet?
No, sir, not yet.
Oh my God, you got to get to work.
Oh, stop. That's crazy.
I'm already hearing it from the queen.
Oh,
You got to get to work. You got to quit doing whatever you're doing and do it the Corey Holcomb way.
You're going to have a honeymoon baby.
You
In
got,
due time.
You got to trust in the process.
Yes, sir. At the right time.
That's right. Thank
the right time.
you.
Oh, yeah.
At the right
I've
time.
been working very hard, brother, to get to this point.
You got to take some RZA pills more often. Don't just sell them, take them.
I got that same anxiety though when you're grinding and you're like, man, I got to do this first.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, sometimes
I only pull out if it's somebody I'm kid to. That's all I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? I don't need no. I ain't trying to be no
father,
no uncle cousin.
The father cousin.
The father cousin, the cousin.
I'm excited to have children, though. That's for sure.
Yay!
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for that.
Yeah, that's gonna.
I might cry, man, when the baby born. Oh man, this is wow.
Are you gonna be there for it? Don't be scared. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah. Okay.
What if it's dark skinned, Craig?
Oh man.
You gonna be mad at Big John then?
Oh, that's hilarious.
You lost that weight.
I think when you have a baby, you should take the baby to get tested immediately.
You think so?
I think so.
Some people don't want to do that.
Why? I don't see why they wouldn't.
What about you, Rizzo? You think the baby should get tested in any situation?
Well, no, I mean, I tested myself and my queen as it pertains to us long before we got to that point where we're even considering children. But in this day and age, yeah, there's certain things you have to do because too many people don't have morals. People step out. People do all kinds of crazy things. They pretend to be one way. They're completely different way. 3 months to the relationship, a year into the relationship. So it depends. You have to know you with a very, very, very solid person who has their own set of principles to where they won't betray themselves by going out and doing something like that.
And for you dummies, we're not talking about testing the baby for STD. The baby ain't fucking yet.
Right.
Oh my God.
DNA
blood test, DNA test. Yeah, right.
My God.
The baby ain't got nothing.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of
There's some
fraternity
babies
court.
born with shit.
Oh
boy.
yeah,
I've
that
watched a
happens.
lot of. That's true. I
They
watched a
dip it
lot
in
of
the water
fraternity
and
court.
that baby
It's
be like,
terrible. I have seen some devastating things with fraternity court.
Oh, it's awful.
I have watched
yeah.
some of the most devastating things, brother, when it comes to the woman. I mean, denying it up until the very moment the
well, there's
judge
no
reads
law
the
for them
DNA
to tell
results.
the truth anyway.
It's very sad.
Very
It
sad.
is very sad, but it's. I can understand. This is again another serious topic. Is there are a lot of men committing suicide? I need you to understand this part as well.
Go into this.
Very, very serious. The number
They
one
went into
group
walls. No.
of people committing suicide are middle-aged men in America, primarily just men in general, but mainly middle-aged men because of a number of factors. When you get to a point to where you pour your heart into somebody, matter of fact, when you finally decide to trust somebody, because a lot of people don't have, they have a lot of trust issues. You trust a woman or a man, you both decide to get together, get married or not, you end up getting pregnant or you decide to have children, boom, a year, 2 years, 3 years. I have seen in paternity court where the child was 20, grown adult, and the woman was lying to this man for 20 years, knew that he wasn't the father. Gets to paternity court, they take a DNA test. This young brother was told this was his father his whole life. Turns out that's not even his father, and she knew the whole time. Now, this is why a lot of
it's not against the law for them to do that.
Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, right, it is.
That is racketeering.
It is horrible.
The main point I want to make is they don't lock them up for this destructive lie.
It is horrible.
I got a question for both of y'all.
Yes, sir.
Because these y'all two are the smartest dudes I know.
Damn,
Figurative
Craig.
question. Figurative question, right? You're dating a woman, she's pregnant, but it's a rape baby. And it's past the point of being able to abort it. Do you stay with the woman and take care of the baby, or do you go your separate ways?
I don't know what Riz is gonna say, but I already got the answer.
Are you saying that happened to her while you were in a relationship?
No, I'm saying you're dating a woman. This is a figurative question.
Okay.
She's pregnant. It's a rape baby. She was sexually assaulted, but it's past the point of being able to get an abortion. Do you stay with her and raise the baby, or do you go yourself?
You want to go first, Riz? I
can go first. My morals won't allow me to accept abortion at that point. I'm just that's not what I would do. However, again, I understand your body, your choice. I get that. But at the same time, there's a life there. She has to make that decision. Would I be willing? You're talking about someone. This is if I'm in it. If this is our relationship, I love this woman, etc. Okay, possibly. I'm not in that situation. It is figurative, very much so figurative. But if I were in that situation, then I would be willing to stay with her because I love children. Genuinely, I love children. And then I would make more children of my own with her. But again, that's a deep, rough situation, figurative as it is. But no, I wouldn't.
You have to take your emotions out of this. This is one of the greatest opportunities in the world to grow up with a rape baby. Do you know I would torment that rape baby, waiting on it to speak up for itself? So I could be like, I know you ain't got nothing to say. You come from nothing.
And that was their choice. That's sad. You don't have any.
Because they around about 5 or 6, the average inner city child starts to buck up. You know what I'm saying? I would be like, boy, do you know you come from a situation of tragedy? Get in there and wash them dishes and do what you're told, or we'll find your father.
That's where I was about to go, by the way, to add that, because I was going to ask you, is obviously she knows who the father is, because then I would also have to add that to the list of things that I would handle.
Yeah, did he get arrested?
Well, she might not know who the father is.
Well, no, he said the figurative circumstance is the man forced himself onto her and she ended up pregnant. Okay, well, I would have to handle him as well. If I'm in a relationship. And when I say handle, according to how I'm taught, brother.
What do you mean handle him? Like
handle, expire.
So wait, if the lady keep the baby, that don't let you know that she found some reason to keep the baby?
Hence the circumstance figurative. What he said was figurative. Okay. Wouldn't happen to me in real life. I would never be a part of anything like that in real life. But he said figurative. I want to make sure this is heavily known that this is a fake circumstance that is real in some cases with real people at times. But in my situation, no, never been in that situation.
I would be waiting on the chance to be like, let him go live with his father then.
Wow.
Let him go be with that motherfucker.
Oh, that's right. They don't have babysitters in the pen.
Right. No, he did his time. He back out on the street now.
I'll tell you what bothers me, though, in all this kind of birthing and fathers and mothers and all that stuff like that. What bothers me is the law that has never been dealt with. Whereas if a man signs a birth certificate, that's it. Even when they find out later on down the line that that is not his kid, he can never, it's right. I don't think they can let them out still. I think it still upholds no matter what. So this way that man is required to provide for that kid
until they're 18,
whether it's his or not.
The system is set up to destroy the human family. The human family must not, we can't be close with each other or it will be hard for them to do what they do.
That's way too crazy.
The conquer and divide makes it where people do things that you can't believe they're doing. Like I know Muslims who went and got the Yadig.
Yes.
I'm talking about wise brothers I've seen do things to help the community, help as a personal friend. Like I got a friend, this guy is an asset in anybody's life. And he got the Yadig, talking about, man, I can't play with it, man. I'm getting older, I can't be out. I was like, what do you need to say? You get what I'm saying?
It tested a lot of people, brother. That's
the
when you see
conquer and divide is amazing, man.
What I was going to mention is, well, the system, like you said, is set up to destroy the family. But I'm going to let y'all know this. Enough of us know the system that we're dealing with now. We understand what it is. We can't pretend like we don't know what it is. Now it's on us. At this point, it's really on us at this point, brothers. If you're running out here just going in raw with all these females, that's on you. I'm gonna say this too. Same thing with the sisters. That's on you. You know exactly what's going on. You may not know every single STD that's out here, but let's be very clear. You know damn well STDs exist. You know there are different ways to prevent yourself from getting pregnant, and brothers, so that you can strap up properly. You got to be honest about this at this point, because then when you get hit with that circumstance of, you know, the child circumstance, and then you have to pay for that child, etc. What is up, Mike? Explain to me. What am I doing? hold the mic here. My hand position has to be here.
See, he don't like it like
Y'all mic is okay. Come on now.
He's
I'm like, what's going on with okay.
We ain't got no warranty no more. Radio Shack. Yeah. Like, we don't fuck with that shit.
Radio Shack.
You bought that shit when Shalimar was singing. Grab your coat and wait.
Man, well, no, I was basically just saying, y'all know what's going on out here. Have some discipline, take responsibility for yourself so that you don't get into the situation at the end of the day. That's just the biggest point at the end of the day. We know what's going on. We know what the system does. I'll just say from my personal experience, I have been in a situation before more than once where a woman tried to get, make me get her pregnant in my life. I've been in that situation before. No, it wasn't going to happen with me. I've never had a woman. I'm just saying I have never had a woman get no abortion. Brother Reese ain't no virgin. All right,
it's about to go straight there.
Of course, you already know. You already know.
I think you are a very knowledgeable person, but you don't know if no girl had no abortion.
I know because I know what I've done.
See?
No, I know. Wait. I don't know if she's had one in her life with other people, but when it comes to me,
but she said this ain't never happened with you.
I'm saying I know what I have done when it comes to responsibility with my fluids.
I get it.
I'll say it that way.
And in response to what you said, it's only fair if I say this, because there are some people who need to know this. If you have slept with, on average, 10 women a year, and you ain't never got an STD or a wild card woman pregnant, you are favored by God. Don't ever let nobody tell you nothing different. How did you duck?
Or you're shooting blanks.
The hell that's out there for you.
Or you're shooting blanks.
Or you shooting blanks. That could be it too. I have been to abortion clinics with girls, and I just say to them as we drive off, hallelujah. Hallelujah. Especially the one in Oakland that's right by the airport. The Planned Parenthood, you don't even need an Uber. You can walk to it from the airport. That is a blessing. Oakland, thank you.
So stupid.
I'm the youngest of 10 children, brother. Yeah. I play no games when it comes to family. That's just me personally. Wow. I'm the youngest of 10 children. I know what it feels like to be brought up with a big family. I know what it feels like to have all these cousins and nieces and nephews and I don't play with that. That's just me.
Mm-hmm.
I've never played with that.
I never play with family. If the kids ain't around me, it's because old girl wasn't listening to me. Let that be known. I tell them I'm always here for the kids. Drop them off and get lost. I'm gonna have one of my other hoes watching while I run the street. The kids should never be neglected. They should always be able to come to my house and play with the cats.
So they ain't getting neglected, but they're in danger.
They're not neglected. My cats know it's a kid. I remember I saw when my baby was young, he hit my cat. My cat looked at me like, what's he gonna do about this motherfucker?
Can I make sure I add this point, because to his circumstance, the figurative circumstance, there are occasions, and this is why I said I have to put that to the woman when it comes to her choice. If a person forces themselves on you, we're talking about rape. If that happens, that's a very, 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 very serious circumstance. It is her choice. It is her choice. Now remember, I said my morals wouldn't allow me to. But again, in that circumstance, it will be her choice because of how that baby was conceived.
Do you know it's her choice whether she's raped or not? Do you know that?
I know.
Okay.
But I don't agree with just the nonsense that people doing out here on a regular. It's like, okay, there are ways for you there are women condoms, men, there's a lot of ways that you cannot get pregnant, but stop playing these games. Just people out here just being raw and reckless and irresponsible. Men and women, cut that out. But when it comes to rape, incest, stuff like that, okay, that's different now. Now I again, Minister Farrakhan said in those circumstances, that is permitted.
Right. What? Say that again?
He said in the case of incest or rape, in those circumstances, it is permitted. He would agree.
What's permitted? I don't understand.
When it comes to that, abortion.
Oh,
when it comes to
that's
but
different.
Very specific. Yeah. Those are circumstances where, again, I don't know if y'all have sisters or women in your life where that has happened to them. And I'm talking about some real crazy as hell, grimy stuff where that literally has happened. But brother, that's a different circumstance.
Indeed.
I've had shows where I talk about predators. I don't like predators.
Absolutely.
I don't smile with predators. Well, that's not true. That's not true. I do smile with predators, but I will let somebody know, and whatever the circumstances are, I think you're a predator, dog. I watch how you move. I done told people that. I done told people that, and they ain't never looked at me the same.
Yeah.
Because they know I know.
Because they've been out.
Right.
You know, some people think they fooling everybody.
Or they know that they're not fooling people, but they just say, okay, nobody's saying anything to me, so I'm just going to keep pushing like that.
Yeah.
A lot of times you need somebody like that to just say something to them. Hopefully that'll scare them out of their behavior.
What if the woman's condition is the result of not following your instructions?
What do you mean?
Hey,
Can you be more specific?
Be in the house before 10. You shouldn't dress like that when you go over there because this may happen. You shouldn't be hanging with old girl because her lifestyle doesn't match our lifestyle and she's out of alignment with what we're trying to do. She's disobeying your instructions as her spouse, and then she ends up in a situation like the situation we just spoke of. Are you responsible morally still for a woman who is not in alignment with whatever the goal is as a couple, or are you still responsible for that? You choose to be with her.
Well, everyone has a degree of responsibility. This is the main thing, that really the core of it is we all have to take responsibility for our circumstance. The sister, the brother, the man, the woman, we all have to take responsibility for our circumstances. Now, if you give someone advice, you say this is the kind of stuff that possibly happens, it's, you know, a negative situation, a rough neighborhood, be careful, be in here at a certain time, etc. Okay, at that point, whatever happens, that person has to take responsibility for it, because you didn't lie to them. You gave them the information.
Right.
It's like when we tell our people, look, don't go over there. This may happen, brother. Boom, boom, boom. He goes over there. It happens to him. What you did was you delivered the message.
Right.
Which means the blood is not on your hands, because you didn't hide it. You didn't hold it. You didn't pretend like, oh, you know, he cool, I'm not going to tell him. No, you gave him the game. You gave him the information, the advice. Something happened to him. He has to take responsibility for that. So we have to be mindful that we have to have ourselves to be held accountable.
The women that I've let go because they wouldn't take my direction, some of them, I miss them so much, but I know I can't have you around me if you're not going to take my direction, because I think that I will direct you in a way that will be better for you. If I didn't think I could do that, I wouldn't be around you. I look for the people who need me. I had a girl, she used to hang with this girl who sell Ozempic.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I told her, you don't need to be around no woman who sell Ozempic, but she still hung with her, and she started losing weight. And then all of a sudden, she started dressing with more pride and all that stuff. And I told her, you wouldn't have never start believing in yourself if you wouldn't have hang with that girl who helped you get in shape. I didn't like that. She started actually going out and things like that because she was all of a sudden in shape. I met you because of how you built. You can't get your life together while you with me unless I help you get your life together. Don't be with the Olympic selling bitch, because I know she hooking you up, because I ain't never gave you no money to buy it. And you lose weight. God damn it, you lose weight, you look better, you lose me. Options destroy relationships. That's all I got to say about that.
Outside of that circumstance, brother, we have to take responsibility for everything that we do. That's just the point.
100%.
We have to hold ourselves accountable. That's the biggest thing people run away from, is accountability. Men and women, we want to blame somebody for every damn thing that happens to us. We have to hold ourselves accountable. A brother who can't take instruction, and we say, look, bro, the people you hanging around with are not good for you. You're going to end up getting caught up messing with them. He goes and hangs out with them. Something ends up happening to him. He gets locked up, etc. We told him. Same thing. Same thing. It's just, again, people who can't take instruction, like you said, you shouldn't necessarily have them around you. I don't have people like that around me.
I heard that.
It's not that I know everything, but I'm going to tell you the truth when I see it. And if you act like you didn't hear what I said, okay. But I'm not going to be around you, because, again, if I tell you duck and you, why? Your head get chopped off. I told you to duck. That's for male, female, that's anybody. So, again, we have to be willing to take instruction as well, brother, because a lot of people, they're not ready to hear good instruction. because
right.
people, again, they want to do whatever they want to do, but then they find out later.
Yeah, and on top of that, old girl, her ass dropped. She had a big old plump ass. Then she started taking that Ozempic. Her ass looked like a shirt somebody dropped from the second floor. I couldn't deal with it no more. That's all I'm trying to say, man. Stop trying to be better. When you with me, I'm with you because of the situation you in.
And Ozempic is horrible.
Ugh. Yeah,
It's gotta
and
be.
people.
Why is
they're
Ozempic
almost-
horrible, now?
The after effect, they're not carrying the long term effects.
They're losing
And
weight
they
so
cannot
fast.
Stop. Right.
Exactly, because of what it's doing to the body.
What is
it's
it doing?
destroying people's body right now.
I know
A
her
lot
ass
of people-
just
there's
dropped. She used to have a
lawsuits,
plump
there's
ass.
Got no muscle. Everything's
Her
going.
ass looked like a suit that somebody put a lot of fabric softener in and dried for 2 hours.
It's killing the appetite. So you don't feel like you need to eat anything. And meanwhile, not only is your body eating away at the fat, it goes from the fat to the rest of the organs. Then, of course, you get dehydrated. You have all these other negative side effects as well. Ozempic is horrible, brother. There's a lot of lawsuits. A whole lot of the side effects are now coming out. People are talking about it. But it is horrible. It is horrible. And yes, you'll gain it all back too if you don't change your diet, your behavior. It's bad. It's very bad.
She put on them stretch pants. It looked like she was stealing a lot of man purses. I'm telling you, it was bad. That Ozempic destroyed her ass, dog. Yeah, them stretch pants. Her ass was irregular after that. Her ass looked like try to think of something horrible.
Man, it's a whole lot.
It was bad when she had on them stretch pants. Her ass literally fell from that Ozempic. Like the plumpness went away.
Yeah.
And it never came back. It also did it in the chest, but I don't mind flat breasts. Flat breasts don't bother me at all.
No.
But when your ass falls and it's wrinkly in the back, doggy style is the thing of the pack. That's all I'm trying to tell.
Man.
So, D, is it all right if we skip your loose talk about bullshit? Goddamn?
I guess.
I mean, you came over here late and
I
shit.
was over there already.
You didn't take my direction.
Wow.
James Earl Jones. passed.
Oh man, R.I.P. to the.
I think everybody was sad to see that.
Yeah.
You had to
Even
be
though he
sad.
lived how long?
93 years. Yeah, that's
Wow.
that's sad. Yeah. And rest in
Most
peace.
iconic voices.
You know, they just bought his voice for the Darth Vader voice. So they're gonna use his voice forever.
Wow.
So that's
To
cool.
AI.
Yeah.
Luke, don't take Ozempic.
And then Mark Harmon posted up the sweetest thing, talking about, his Darth Vader dad. Or Vader dad, what do you call him?
Who did that?
Mark Harmon, who plays Luke.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I can't believe he did
93.
played that part for how long? 50 years, they
Yeah.
said?
Yeah.
50 years.
They couldn't find anyone that could compare.
I got a
No.
book recommendation for you, man. It's a very enjoyable read. I told Corey about it last night.
Oh, yeah.
The Encyclopedia of Black Comedy, written by Red Fox and Norman Lear.
Wow.
1978. It's some history in this book that is going to amaze you.
The Encyclopedia of Black Comedy.
Black comedy is
Definitely getting that.
super rare. I bought it. It's $100 book, but it's worth it because
They have it on Audible?
I don't know if they have it on Audible.
I know, because that would be nice if they recorded it.
Yeah, but it goes back all the way to 1619.
Mm.
Yeah, it's very, 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 very powerful book.
Anyway,
We'll be getting that.
Like I said, I got to check out the audio book. I have the discipline to sit down and listen to the audio book all the way through.
It's gonna
But
blow your
reading the book, I'm challenged discipline-wise.
Yeah.
And time-wise, too, restricted. I'm like, that's the only reason I got into Audible.
You know what got me better with reading? I used to feel like I had this complex, like I got to read it up. I wouldn't take no breaks.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Not I read for 10 minutes and chill, take a couple notes, relax, do something, and come back. Like I don't have that ego now where I feel like I got to go all the way.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm on page 2 and my eyes get tired, I just put the book down and come back.
Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Well, you know what I'm saying? This is always something special when the brother come through, the brother RZA, you know what I'm saying? I think we all plugged everything we wanted people to hear, but let's abbreviate it again right now. RZA, what's going on? You want people to know about the discount?
Yes, sir.
With the
well, for all of those who need help, basically, if you need energy, physical energy, if your sleep is messed up, if it's very difficult for you to go to sleep, or you're not getting good enough sleep, if you're not remembering your dreams, all of that, if you have digestive issues, memory issues, brain fog, you name it, and if you need help when it comes to anti-inflammatory circumstances, you have pains and all of these different things, Intellectual Power, 13 ingredients, 100% organic, non-GMO herbal brain supplement. We have jumped to the #1 Black-owned herbal brain supplement on the planet.
Nice.
And we have employed multiple people. I believe we have 12 staff now. Intellectualpower.net. The discount code for tonight is 5150. So for the next 51 hours and 50 minutes, you will get 10% off. Intellectualpower.net. Click the link in the chat. And definitely, man, I appreciate y'all again. I wanted to come out with something that is going to help with the health of the people, not just talking about it, being about it, and it is helping a lot of people all over the world.
There it is.
There it is. Good.
Shout out to the 5150. Appreciate you again, my brother.
And it works, man. I take it every day.
Mm-hmm. Me and Tachina were talking about it that night. Remember? Oh, you were by us. Yeah, because she takes it. Right. So we both take it. Yeah.
Hey, my turn. Hey, what's up, y'all? October 19th. Get those tickets before they sell out. The Ice House Comedy Club in Pasadena. Me, Big Job, Malik B. You know, I'm doing a couple shows in one room. We're doing the live podcast and roasting, and in the other room, we're doing stand-up at the same time. So purchase those tickets now before they sell out. There's a lot of people you didn't heard of that's going to be there. Man, purchase them now. Please come support. And if I owe you something, get it from God. God.
I'm gonna see if I can be there.
Oh man, come
19th.
on through. Yes, sir.
That's what's up.
Can I say happy birthday to somebody?
Of course. Who?
Happy birthday, Pearl. She's 93 today.
Oh, wow.
I took her out yesterday. I know we hung out all day.
She's not
yesterday.
married or nothing, right?
Bubba died. No, but I'm taking her.
How long ago did Bubba die?
8 years, and I'm taking her to his gravesite on Thursday. She says she hasn't been there.
Call Pearl and ask her, does she want some company tonight?
You know what? I cannot.
Why?
Of course, and you know what though? She's hard of hearing. She'd be like, "Of course, I love your mom.
I know. That's why I said that. I met her. She's a very friendly woman.
She's adorable. Oh, I love Pearl.
Why people be mad when the elderly women go? They'll go.
Oh, I've taken her to the townhouse, and it was her birthday one year, and she drinks. Well, she drinks wine. Now, and you know, we shouted out that it was her
Pearl,
birthday.
I ain't got shit to do tonight. What's up?
All these guys start sending drinks over to the church. Oh my goodness! And a 67-year-old.
Get you some happy birthday tonight, Pearl.
She's 93.
She's 93 now, but when I
93,
took her,
but she's mobile. Like she's
super mobile. All her faculties.
I mean, I'm saying I saw that she can move.
She dances. I take her out to dance and we go. Yeah.
Her stretch pants don't look like the man bags.
Stop. Leave her.
Pearl still got cheeks, right?
Leave her alone. Hi,
I'm
Pearl.
not tripping.
And she can't hear.
Pearl,
so she'll
I've
be like,
seen
oh,
you.
I know. Thank you. She's called on the show by accident before, and they were horrible, but she doesn't know. She goes, it's okay.
Pearl, we will take our time and relax. Ain't no rushing. What happened? Okay. What was them dates this week? Because I know I'm on my way to Baton Rouge Friday. Baton Rouge River Center Theater. Corey Holcomb will be coming through this weekend. I got a contrast overall outfit to make y'all feel right at home. And I know they got some badass restaurants out there. I'm gonna be in Baton Rouge a day early. That's what's up. And then we about to turn around and go to Mobile. I keep saying it wrong on purpose.
Wait, don't your folks live there?
Mobile, Alabama. Mobile, Alabama. Yeah, I got family in Mobile, Alabama. Sanger Theater. What's that date? The 14th. September 14th, Sanger Theater, Mobile, Alabama. Man, y'all.
Yeah, he didn't take.
You didn't take these today.
No, I didn't take them today. Hey, let me tell y'all something, boy. I don't know what you're doing, but if you want to get hit upside the head with some reality, buy you some tickets to the Sanger Theater out there in Mobile, because I got something to say that I know you people out there in the country ain't never even thought like this. You think this show was irregular. You'll see me on stage.
What did you do, Gomac?
You know what happens? Gomac is a very generous dude.
So generous.
And he's always giving away presents.
Yay.
Gomac has presents for Craig, Darlene, and me.
You know
and
what?
we have started opening them up on the show. He didn't know Rizzo was coming.
Oh, no, that's okay. No, please. Please.
You got any vegan pork chops up there?
Oh, what?
What about Craig? Hold on, open Craig, open yours first.
All right, no,
What's your t-shirt say?
What you got, handcuffs?
Hey, man, Gomac is a
Go back to fool, man.
got
What he got for you, man?
Bill Withers with my face.
No!
This is
wow.
I love it. That is good.
Bill Withers and Disrespect gonna be dropping too. Pre-orders coming.
Oh my
fast.
God.
That is funny.
This is hilarious. My guy. Shout out, rest in peace, Bill Withers.
I'm scared of mine.
What's your shirt say, D?
I'm scared. I still wear my Facts of Life one. Everybody asks, how'd you do that? That Facts of Life one you made me?
What?
Okay, this is the favorite one. Not he made me into the breakdancer from Australia.
Okay. That is funny. That is funny.
That was a good one,
That
go.
should be a regular part of the show.
I love
That is funny.
Thank you, Gomac.
Hey, Corey,
I'm
that's
scared to look at what he gave me.
That's
Okay,
funny.
he gave me an air horn.
Yeah, I love those. Oh my God.
What this t-shirt? I want the people to see it before I see it.
Oh, and I got some. Oh,
Hold it,
wow.
hold it.
Oh, no, you did it, Gomac. Yeah. He got the parrot perch, not the pirate.
You were talking about it, D. You were talking about it. Yeah.
I love it.
I'm wearing this through the airport.
Yeah.
That is hilarious.
Oh, wow. They got one too.
Oh, man. He got
You guys are the best. Oh, my God. Thanks, Go.
What do you got? Abe next to Richie Cunningham.
Oh, wait. What he got?
He's superstar.
Oh, I love
man.
it.
Yeah, he did.
You got Abe next to Richie Cunningham.
What do you got Nail next to No Baby?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. He got Nail.
It's something with his arm.
No.
Oh, that's he did that.
Who is that? What's
I have
you?
no clue who this is.
Oh, God, I love
Who is that, Go Mac? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What's your phone number,
Attack of the
baby?
Killer
Right.
Pimps. Crazy name for a movie.
You stupid, man.
Attack of the Killer Pimps is
Phil, you got what?
low-level artist.
No, Phil, come
Man,
on.
look what he got, Phil. I don't even know what he got. We tested your clever right
God
here.
dang, Go. That was
Which one
very,
is it?
very clever.
What is that?
Uh-oh.
What you got, Phil?
Yes,
Oh,
but
yeah.
that's really Phil in the scene.
Yeah.
That's really you in the scene.
Oh, my God.
Omac is diabolical, nigga.
I love it.
Don't make
Thank
me at the
you.
crib like I'm gonna get
Get
him.
his homework on Phil with that one.
Oh, my God. That is.
You know what would embarrass RZA, but we love him, so he might give us a pass? Get RZA dancing.
Oh.
He don't like when you ask him to dance. I know that. That's why I don't be like doing that, because he like, yeah, no, he can move like that.
Yeah,
too.
he's so
Get
good.
down, brother.
Especially when he do this. Hell no.
Yeah, the wedding
Teach
gonna be
me
a lot of
that.
that. There's gonna be a lot of that at the wedding.
Anyway,
That's funny.
hey man, look, every time I do this show, man, I feel blessed to have made it. Another show on the go. I feel good about putting Mac to work where he got to mail out all that shit. I'm glad to see my brother RZA and his lovely soon-to-be wife, who's always a good spirit. Respect to you, sister. That's what's up.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? I even like the security guard.
Here they go. They always bring it.
Hey, yeah, I have.
Man, that was just grooving.
Go.
That was grooving. Just
go. Look at it.
Already overlooked.
He got that footwork down there. There it is. This is the part I was talking about right here. Work your body, work your body, work your body, work your body, work your body. Oh, he got the guitar
I love
going.
dancing, y'all. I don't dance for the enemy, but I dance for us.
That's right. Yay.
I love dancing. Still don't run up when I'm dancing.
Yeah, what you got? Uh-oh. There it is. You dancing at the wedding?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got to.
Family.
See, I got a show that night. I might fly in early.
A lot of that. Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Top tier, man.
Oh, and happy birthday, Herb Bohannon. It's tomorrow.
That's what's up.
Herb, that's one look like Don King.
Yeah, it's got the gray hair.
Herb, promoter extreme. Get in behind you when you're doing
really
something.
just
Oh, Maca in the house.
All right.
He ain't had no rest. He had to mail out all that Maca juice.
We doing a song or no?
He got his ponytail here tonight. Anyway, we still do it.
Let's do it. I'm down.
He said, "How did you?"
You ain't too sleepy?
Nah, we can make it happen.
All right, so listen. Let me tell you something.
Oh,
We're gonna do the song. We don't expect everybody to stick around
Mm-hmm.
because I know I gotta actually get up out of here.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Matter of fact, yeah, we're gonna skip the song this week
All right.
because I have to get out of here. Booty waiting on me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for sure.
And we went way later than I thought we would. So we are gonna wrap it up this week. How many people's in the chinette?
All right.
12 stacks. You dig?
Little thumbs up. Never hurt anybody.
Thank you for the support. America, we can't do this without y'all. Thank you for watching live. That's always exciting to get y'all feedback in the chat room and all like that. Thank you for watching live. I'm Corey Holcomb. RZA Islam in the house. Brother Craig Facts in the house. Darlene OGOTs. We signing out to next week. 5150, you dig?
Peace.
You, you're the one that I'm talking about. The shoe fits. Whoa, ladies and hoes. Ladies and hoes. Stop wasting life best on the average mind. Us craving progress are one of a kind. They want religion from those that hold them down. I bet my existence on new faith I find. Lazy boy. Lazy Niggas, they don't give a fuck. This thing called life, gotta live it a buck. Niggas, they don't give a fuck. This thing called life, gotta live it a buck. Niggas, they don't give a fuck. This thing called life, gotta live it a buck. Niggas, they don't give a fuck. This thing called life, gotta live it a buck. Show. The 5150 show. Exposing the goofies and the funky asshole. Show. This thing called life, gotta live it a buck. Niggas, they don't give a fuck. This thing called life, gotta live it a buck. Niggas, they don't give a fuck. This thing called life, gotta live it a buck. Niggas, they don't give a fuck. This thing called life, gotta live it a buck. The 5150 show. Exposing the goofies and the funky asshole. Show. The 5150 show. Exposing the goofies and the funky asshole. Niggas, they don't give a fuck. This thing called life, gotta live it a buck. Niggas, they don't give a fuck. This thing called life, gotta live it a buck. Niggas, they don't give a fuck. This thing called life, gotta live it a buck. Niggas, they don't give a fuck. This thing called life, gotta live it a buck. Show. Exposing the goofies and the funky asshole.
See, church needs to evolve. You know what I'm saying? If we speak how we speak when we're really speaking to each other, the interpretation will be better. See, I love mingling with the women at the 3:30 services. They the ones who normally hang around because they need a ride home. God, speak through me.
If you don't think I'm here to do the work of the Lord, stay the fuck from around me. If you don't think I'm here to do the work of the Lord, stay the fuck from around me. He uses my soul in a way different than yours. If you don't think I'm here to do the work of the Lord, stay the fuck from around me.
Well, if you don't speak the language I speak, then we got a problem.
We got a problem.
If we can't communicate the issue, how can we solve them?
How can we solve them?
The tone of bad company will play you like a fool.
Play like a fool.
So if you want to be down with the devil, go do what you do.
If you don't think I'm here to do the work of the Lord, stay the fuck from around me. If you don't think I'm here to do the work of the Lord, stay the fuck from around me. He uses my soul in a way different than yours. If you don't think I'm here to do the work of the Lord, stay the fuck from around me.
Be faithful over the few, you will become the ruler of many. I'm solid with the truth. The meek will never bend me. A dog returns to his vomit, like a fool returns to his folly. And if you can't figure out I'm a man of the Lord, I don't want you in my company.
If you don't think I'm here to do the work of the Lord, stay the fuck from around me. If you don't think I'm here to do the work of the Lord, stay the fuck from around me. He uses my my strength, make my feet like that of a deer. I'm walking in his path, even though I smoke weed and drink beer. They said I'll be forgiven, no matter what the fuck I do. Those that think you closer to God, got a motherfucking fool. Be strong in the Lord and his mighty power, for he gave me the strength to fuck these hoes for hours. The rights and wrongs that I commit should not be judged by man. I'm bossing up as I walk through the valley of death in his righteous hand. Don't be around me to criticize me. Walk with me as we get it right together. I feel the insincerities if you're not on the same accord with a G. If I buy pussy from you, that is a true act of sincerity. $40 holler in his name. God is good. Abolish child support and bring the black family together. Bring the family reunions back.
What if the Avengers were basically the only superhero group in the entire Marvel universe? Recently, Jason Aaron got to tell an amazing Avengers storyline that went from issues 1 through 50, with earth-shattering events and all kinds of crazy stuff happening. And he got to treat it as if the Avengers were the only team in the Marvel universe. Now, obviously they weren't, but they got to do such crazy things such as the Phoenix War or Moon Knight taking over the world that no one else referenced. So it's pretty much its own self-contained Avengers plotline. I had a lot of fun with it, although there are a lot of haters for it, but why don't you watch our full story, all issues 1 through 50, and let me know what you think about it at the end of our video.
1 million years ago, 7 heroes were tasked to save the Earth from ultimate destruction. Agimoto, the first Sorcerer Supreme, Starbrand, the Cosmic Hulk, the Rider, the Panther, Iron Fist, Phoenix, and they were all led by the All-Father, Odin of Borson. Odin lifts his mug shouting, "Here's to all endings and to good deaths for us all." And Phoenix asks, "Is this really the time for drinking?" Odin wipes his mouth and he says, "I imagine your 2 eyes work better than my 1, in which case 'tis a very good time." The rider yells, "We've killed one of these things before. The spirit of vengeance does not fear, neither does his rider." Agimoto tells him, "The one that we fought was weakened, infected with something. Even the Sorcerer Supreme still cannot explain. These new ones are not. They know what was done to their compatriot." Odin goes back to fill his mug and Phoenix asks, "Is the vaulted Allfather of Asgard not even going to fight?" Odin turns back shouting, "Odin Borson has never walked away from a fight in his entire immortal life. I, woman, I shall fight. Till I have drenched the battlefield with every last drop of my holy blood, I shall fight. And then, once it's all laid to waste, my spirit will find yours in the void, and we will make love in the ashes of affinity for 1 billion years. We will build creation again." Phoenix leans in, stating that that is a fine idea, or perhaps they'll simply kill everything that dares stand in their way. Be it a man or god or giants from the stars, they will kill it with fire. As Phoenix flies into battle, Odin takes Mjolnir and sighs, stating, "Gods, I love that woman. Come, Mjolnir. Ragnarok awaits." The rider hops on his mammoth, laughing, shouting, "Hiya! We ride!" And thus, the first and the last fight with the first celestial host had begun. Now, in the current day, Thor, Tony Stark, and Steve Rogers toast, with Steve stating, "To the good old days, to the Avengers." Tony asks, "Really? We couldn't even get through 1 drink before you mentioned the A word?" Thor slams his mug down, stating, "I was already through with my drink. Bartender, another!" Steve says, "I don't know. It feels like it's been 1 million years since I've said it. Or more than that, felt it. Tony begins to play with his tiny umbrella, telling him, I'm just happy to feel anything at all, because I was in a coma and all. Steve says, I get it. You're in a coma for what, a few weeks? Try being trapped in ice for the first 40 Super Bowls. Thor sighs, telling him, I once broke into my father's private cask house, and I drank myself into a stupor that lasted 9 moon turns. I thought about doing it again, but every time I reach for a Mjolnir that isn't there. And it's not like I could even lift it if it were. Tony sits back, telling him, we make quite a trio. Hydra Cap, Coma Tony, and Unworthy Thor. Steve looks at Tony and tells him, you know what we need? We got to put it all back together. Tony says, look, we aren't as special as we once were. I could list 20 names of people that are better suited for this sort of thing at this point. Thor slams his mug down again, telling him, as the stars are my witness, it must be us. It needs to be us. Now more than ever, we 3 need one another, and we cannot run from that. Tony snaps his umbrella, yelling, what? Are we just going to sit around and wait for a startling new calamity to suddenly, just then, Tony's AI program, Motherboard, radios in that they're sorry to be that AI, but his satellites are detecting multiple energy fluctuations in a near-Earth orbit. Massive fluctuations. Ludicrously massive, actually. All of unknown origin. Steve grabs his shield and he says, that settles it. Avengers up! But Tony cuts him off, telling him, if you say those words, you're picking up Thor's tab. All right, which way, Motherboard? Motherboard says roughly 200 miles straight up. Meanwhile, 200 miles straight down, Doctor Strange follows closely behind T'Challa, the Black Panther, stating that this is an impressive dig site. But I was hoping that I was not summoned with archaeology in mind. T'Challa tells him that it is not the ancient remains in these caves that he felt warranted his attention. It's the fresh ones. Doctor Strange shines his light on the ground to see a decomposing body and says, ah, yes, I see it now. T'Challa points his light onto a wall with crude carving stating that this is what these archaeologists discovered, emitting an incredible amount of cosmic radiation. It burned them alive and then somehow completely disappeared. That's what I need you for. Doctor Strange looks at the markings, all symbolizing the emblems of the current age heroes, stating, unholy host of Hoggoth. The magic is here. It was Agamotto. The spells here are ancient, and as for the thing that they are meant to guard, it is quite large, something alive. Its fear still stains the walls. T'Challa focuses his light at one of the holes in the walls, stating that he agrees that whatever it was massive, at least 600 meters long by his estimates. So the question then becomes, where did it go? I sent a probe down here 4 hours ago. It was 200 miles deep and it was still going when it became inoperable. The deeper that we go, the closer we are to finding those answers. Doctor Strange tells him, I've seen this movie before. This is one of those things that blows up at our faces if we go blundering in. We need to call the Avengers on this. T'Challa tells him that there are no Avengers. The symbols on the wall date back to the Stone Age. Both of theirs are among them. Whatever is happening, they're already involved. T'Challa then jumps into one of the holes, stating, see you down below. Doctor Strange sighs as he phases to the ground, stating, oh, that's just great. If anyone needs me, I'll be at the center of the Earth. Also, at this time, up in space, Alpha Flight begins their investigation of the anomalies appearing in space that Motherboard detected. As Carol Danvers, aka Captain Marvel, flies close to one, she begins to notice something and tells the station to sound every global alarm that they have. And that's when a giant hand reaches out to grab her. Back on Earth, Motherboard tells Tony, Steve, and Thor that the anomalies in orbit are suddenly spiking. They look very much like teleportation nexuses. Tony tells them, okay, short them out. Use every Stark satellite and disrupt their drone that we've got up there. And Motherboard says that they've already tried that. Whatever is causing this is technology far beyond anything that they have ever encountered. Steve tells her, all right, then we're going to have to head up there. Tony yells, the Quinjet is not capable of space travel. And just then, a blue light begins to shine in the sky. And Tony says, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it's coming down to us. Back at the Earth's core, Doctor Strange appears through the ceiling, stating that if it wasn't for his magic, the pressure would be crushing him into a puddle of goo. How are you not actually, never mind, I nearly forgot. You're the Black Panther. T'Challa looks around at the hundreds of green egg sacs, stating that these things are not of this world. No life signs, but their reading is dormant. Back up on the surface in East LA, Robbie Reyes looks closely at the hood of his Hell Charger, stating that he hasn't slept in 3 days. You know, he might have never gotten into this whole thing if he had driven a Pinto or something. As Robbie gets ready to climb back inside of his car, he feels a rumble and a hole in the ground begins to open. Large green grubs begin to crawl out, and Robbie begins to shout, holy! If they're from hell to repossess the car, go right ahead. But if you think you're going to come here and lay a hand or claw or whatever on my family, then you're going to have some hell of your own to pay. Back in New York along the Hudson, Tony flies over a giant celestial body asking, So why is the body of the ancient star-spawned supergiants who judge and destroy entire worlds here? Carol pulls herself out from under part of the celestial body, stating, "Hey there, looks like I picked a good time to get the band back together, Tony." As everyone runs over, Tony asks, "Did you just kill that thing?" And Carol tells him, "No, it was dead when it came out of the portal. All I did was keep it from landing on Times Square. There's no time to stand around though. There's dozens more falling from the sky and we need to stop them all." All across the world, the bodies of dead celestials begin to fall from space, destroying everything that they touch. But while some heroes try to figure out what's going on, others find themselves fighting against the swarm of newly hatched bugs. As Tony begins to suit up, he asks one mind-boggling question. If the Celestials are all powerful, then what the hell is strong enough to kill them? As Thor shoots off into the sky, he bounces off of something and Steve tells him, "I'm pretty sure that question just got answered." Enter the Celestials, known as the Final Host. Tony asks Steve if there's anything else he'd like to add before they do this. And Steve pulls his mask down, telling him, "Only one thing comes to mind." Tony sighs, telling him, "Fine, just say it so we can get to work." Steve grabs his shield and he stares into the sky, shouting, "Avengers, assemble!" Over the side of the celestial body, a perfectly calm Jennifer Walters stops her job, telling herself that she really should walk away from this. This is totally out of her pay grade, and it won't be good for her delicate treatment right now. Except something is drawing her to it. As she looks up, she sees several bugs crawling out, and she says, "Yep, that settles it. She's an idiot." She runs away, yelling for everyone to get away, but a second later, she begins to hulk out, shouting, "Hulk squish!" Just then, the hand of a celestial raises and slams back down. Jennifer looks over, stating, "You not dead?" "Yes, Edson, Hulk here. Hear a voice in head, but Hulk not understand. What is cure? Cure for what?" But before she can finish the thought, she suddenly disappears. Out on the highway, Robbie Reyes is racing towards the fallen body, stating, "For months, my car wouldn't shut the hell up. But now there's a giant spaceman falling from the sky and crazy super roaches trying to eat my bones. And wow!" He slams the brakes as he stops just before seeing Jennifer Walters appearing, stating, "Okay, sure, why not?" Back in New York, Tony hits the Final Host with another repulsor blast, and Motherboard tells him that his efforts appear to be remarkably unsuccessful. So he begins to yell, "That's not true! I'm pretty sure I made it blink!" The Final Host smacks Thor away, and Carol catches him, asking, "Did anyone misplace a god?" As Thor flies back into the fight, Carol goes on, stating, "We've done a pretty good job, but I've dealt with Celestials before and lived to fill out the paperwork." Just then, there's a loud thoom as a pod lands in front of her. She reaches in, pulling out several small devices, stating, "Hopefully these Omega-level warp grenades attuned to the coordinates of the sun will do the trick." But back over with Robbie Reyes, he's beginning to realize that making his car hit a hulked-out Jennifer Walters is a very, very bad idea, because now he's dealing with She-Hulk. Back with Tony and Carol, they get ready to set off the grenades on the Final Host when they see Steve and the Quinjet distracting them. One of the hosts reaches out and begins to dismantle the ship, electrocuting Steve in the process. Everyone runs in to try and save him, but out of nowhere, the Celestial that teleported Jennifer away gets up and punches one of the Final Hosts. Now, if you think back to the whole Ghost Rider Robbie Reyes moment with the She-Hulk, you would assume that he's probably getting beat senselessly by Jennifer Walters. And you'd be right. Just as Robbie thinks that he has her contained, the two begin to feel a rumble, and the ground splits open, just as it did in front of Robbie's house. Robbie tells Jennifer that he knows that she probably doesn't want a friend right now, but by the looks of these bugs, we might want to reconsider our actual friendship for a bit. However, back in New York, the Celestial that attempted to save Steve finds himself with his neck at the end of a scythe held by the Final Host. Steve shouts to Carol to use the grenade, send him off with those things. And she tells him, we're gonna have to get him clear before, but before she could finish, her and the others are hit with a paralyzing blast and a familiar voice calls out to them. Loki floats down stating, I see you have met my new friends, the Final Host. Don't mind me though. I'm just here to lend a helping hand as we avenge the greatest wrong of all time, and to correct the grievous mistake made 1 million years ago. There will be salvation through global extinction, and it begins now. But while Loki has now made his presence known, back on the highway, Robbie Reyes and Jennifer finish off the last of the bugs, with Robbie seeing Jennifer isn't really backing down. He tells her, look, we just killed a bunch of giant roaches together. That means we're friends now. And friends don't go smashing each other, right? She begins to feel something calling out to her, and she yells, voice in head won't shut up. Stupid beauty, dead space giant. Stupid voice say, "Arr!" She begins to lift both her arms above her head, and then she slams them into the ground, creating a giant hole, shouting, go to hell! As Robbie watches, he sighs, stating that the scariest part about this whole thing, that she seems to know more about what's going on than him. That was either her telling him off or inviting him along. Why does he feel like he's going to get punched a lot along the way? Well, here I go. Back in New York, Tony Sai's telling everyone, things just keep getting better. Thor yells to Loki asking, what have you done? And Loki tells him, oh, you can't blame me for all of this. I'm merely a facilitator. This is all the handiwork of the final host. And this moment of cleansing has been unavoidable for a very long time, since the dawn of the disease called man. I'm kind of surprised the beloved Allfather Odin never told you, brother. Perhaps Loki isn't the only god of lies. By the way, I'm going to be taking those warp grenades if you don't mind. Thor struggles to move, yelling, I will slay you for this 1,000 times over. And Loki tells him, yeah, I'm sure you will. You're the Avengers after all. But believe me, when the final hosts are finished here, there will be nothing left of this world to avenge. Loki begins to bring the warp grenades closer, with Steve telling him that he has a better idea. And he manages to reach for his shield, throwing it out. Before Loki could get his hands on the grenades, Steve tells everyone that he'll see them in the stars, and the shield detonates the warp grenades. In a flash, Steve, Loki, and the final host all disappear. Thor asking, where did they go? Carol tells him that if the warp grenades worked like they should, they just popped into the sun. Down at the center of the Earth, though, if you remember, we have Doctor Strange and T'Challa down there, fighting back the unending swarm of bugs, with Doctor Strange asking, is it me or are these things getting stronger? T'Challa telling him, it's not just you. Their power levels are rapidly expanding. They've tapped into a new energy source and they're feeding on something. This is a lost cause, so use that magic to get us out of here. I'll hold them all off as long as I can. Doctor Strange tells him, I'm not going to leave you behind, so you better figure out a better. But just then, the cave begins to tremble, and Doctor Strange shouts, you know what? I'm taking it back. I'm definitely leaving you. T'Challa says, wait, what is that sound? A few seconds later, the roof of the cave splits open, with Ghost Rider and She-Hulk coming barreling in. Robbie says, hey, we're the good guys. Maybe. Elsewhere, Steve slowly begins to wake up, and as he looks around, he asks what's happening. Loki tells him, wake up, you're gonna want to see this. It's not every day that you get to see a star from the inside. Steve says, wait, we're inside of the sun? How? And Loki says, yes, well, you're quite welcome for being saved. Lucky for you, it's quite difficult to murder a sorcerer of my caliber. Not that there are many other sorcerers of my caliber. Steve throws his shield and he yells into a radio to hit the sun with everything they've got. Loki deflects the throw, telling him, come on, we don't have time for that. Do you really want to render unconscious the only god who's currently keeping you alive? Besides, there's something I want to show you. Steve struggles to break free from Loki's grasp, telling him, it doesn't matter what happens to me. The Avengers won't stop fighting. And Loki asks, fighting? You call what happened to Midgard fighting? I'm sorry to disappoint, but there's going to be no battle between the Avengers and the final host. Down on Earth, Carol is listening in on the radio. She says, he's alive. Alpha Flight confirms it. Tony tells her, of course he made it. That old man will outlive all of us. Carol says, yeah, well, all the others are alive too. Tony steps up shouting, this is all Alpha Flight's fault. This is exactly the sort of cosmic catastrophe that you're supposed to stop, Captain Marvel. Carol yells back, we will stop it. Meanwhile, feel free to stay out of the way. But as the two begin to go back and forth, everyone can hear the sound of screeching tires. Then Robbie crashes into a building asking, so there may be a very angry Hulk in the trunk. Doctor Strange tells Robbie that he has some nice driving, and sorry about throwing up so many times. T'Challa jumps out of the car stating, look, there's more going on than all of you realize. We need all hands on deck. We need the Avengers. Over in the North Pole, the final host creating the bug stands there, and Loki says, it's almost beautiful in a disgusting sort of way. Steve tells him, whatever you're playing here, there's still time to change the course. Help us stop this. We know that there's a decent god hiding in there. Loki sighs. You see, Midgard is such a simple place, isn't it? Of course it is. You're a soldier who came of age defending the world from Nazis. Where I'm older than your human race's capacity for walking upright. And with that sort of age comes a unique perspective. I have something far beyond your petty concepts of good and evil. But if you insist on resorting to trite labels, then believe it or not, I'm the good guy here. Steve tells him the Nazis thought they were the good guys too, even when they slaughtered millions. Loki points at one of the hosts stating, if his brand could even withstand communicating with a Celestial, then perhaps you could ask this fellow what he thinks. The Celestials came to this world 1,000,000 years ago in a state of distress, desperately in need of assistance. Instead, it was assaulted by your father and the primordial minions of Earth. Steve shouts, the Celestials didn't save anything. They've been corrupted, driven mad. They murdered their own kind. Loki says, yes, the treatments may seem unconventional, but we do expect a full recovery. If you don't believe me, you can visit the patient. The two descend into a hole left by the host. Steve asks, where are we going? And Loki tells him to the root of the infection, an infection as old as time. Back on the surface, Tony gathers everyone around and he says that he's going to recap all of this to make sure that he's not crazy. The Earth is infested with giant bugs, covered with dead celestials, and somewhere out there, Loki and his unstoppable new pals, the final host, are up to something. Likely something that'll murder us all. Did I miss anything here? Jennifer grunts and Tony says, "Oh right, we also have a raging Hulk here. That's sure to help us get a handle on things." T'Challa picks up one of the dead bugs, stating that he's been in contact with Captain Britain and the People's Defense Force in China. There are heroes all over the world already dealing with the destruction caused by the Celestials. They need to focus on preventing whatever is coming next. And Carol says that's right. That's why T'Challa and herself are heading to Alpha Flight Station to find out what the hell these bugs are. Tony shouts, "That's just great. We're going to do this split up into smaller teams thing? Good. That's a solid, time-honored strategy." Just then, there's a crack of thunder, and as Tony looks back, he notices Thor gone, along with Jennifer. Tony asks, "Did Thor just steal our Hulk? Is that good or bad?" And Doctor Strange says, "Well, it's definitely bad for someone." Moments later, in old Asgard, Thor begins to walk forward, telling Jennifer, "Let me do the talking, and don't start smashing unless I do. Where are you, Odin?" Odin leans up from his throne, and he says he's too old to be hiding. "What is it that you seek?" Thor tells him, "The truth. For once, you're going to give it to me whether you damn well like it or not." Back down in the North Pole, Loki tells Steve to behold the root of the great infection, the reason that this world must die. Behold the progenitor, the father of the Avengers, the father of them all. As Thor stands before the weathered old Odin in old Asgard, he says that exploits have never been spoken of. Odin tells him that he's had a long life. Stars would go black before he could tell them all, even the parts that are fit for telling in the company of a lady. However, there are secrets that even the All-Father will take with him to Valhalla. Thor says not the ones that he seeks. 1 million years ago, he and his primordial allies defeated the Dark Celestial. They need to know how. Odin says, they did. They did fell a weakened and sickly Celestial. But Loki's final host, they are a different breed. Not even the Odin sword or the enchanted Jarnborn can bring them down. There are many things hidden away in Asgard, but none of them will defeat the foes that they face. It will only make their ultimate death far more spectacular. Odin gets up, leading both Thor and She-Hulk to a hidden chamber, stating that this place was designed by him so that no one would ever see it. But what's behind the door could very well be the end of the world, or perhaps even save it. Open it if you dare, Prince of Asgard. Thor hesitates, asking what could be so powerful that it needs to be locked away. But before he could get his answer, She-Hulk cracks her knuckles, ripping the door off. A wave of cold air hits everyone, and Thor asks what is behind these walls of ice. And Odin tells him that is their problem. Thor grips his hammer, telling She-Hulk, "All right then, race you to the center, Lady Walters." As the two charge their way in, breaking down the ice, Odin quietly says that he is only racing towards his doom. Back on Earth, Iron Man and Doctor Strange head to the mountains of Greece to find possible answers for the Eternals. And what they find is death and destruction. Doctor Strange looks at the bodies of everyone, stating that judging by the way they lay, it would appear that they did this to each other, or possibly themselves. Iron Man flies through the ruins, stating the Eternals claimed that they were created by the Celestial, and they were left on Earth to watch over humanity after the Celestial tinkered with humans. There's got to be something that we can... But before long, Iron Man finds the body of Icarus, barely breathing. He rushes down and hears Icarus stating that this happened because they learned the truth. The Eternals, they were great fools. They weren't there to protect them. They were to cultivate them. To the space gods, the humans were a useful pathogen. They were the ultimate. Icarus screams out, and Iron Man yells to Doctor Strange to do something, but Doctor Strange tells him, "I'm trying, but I fear we may have been too late." Icarus continues stating that the final host, don't let them unleash the Horde. Only the Unimind can stop them. Iron Man asks what is he talking about, and Icarus reaches up, touching Iron Man's face, telling him that only you can be the cure. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ghost Rider was left to himself after he pulled off a piece of celestial tech from one of the dozens of dead Celestials that fell to the Earth. He uses his Hell Charger to try and locate the final host, and after learning that Loki and the Dark Celestials had escaped being warped into the sun, it brings him to the North Pole. He races over the icy waters, stating, "Great, I see the final host. Now what the hell am I supposed to do?" Suddenly, the Hell Charger pulls itself underneath the ice, and Ghost Rider says, "That's pretty cool. Didn't know I had a submarine mode. Guess I'm supposed to sneak up on them, huh?" Suddenly, right, they'll never see me coming. It's not like I'm on fire or anything. Back in old Asgard, Thor and She-Hulk continue breaking through the endless walls of ice when they finally reach the center of the room, revealing what they have been looking for. A large blue jewel known as the blood of Ymir, the first of the ice colossi, the father of all the giants. Thor says there it is, and with that they can. But before he can finish, he collapses, stating it's too cold. Take it, She-Hulk, while you still. She-Hulk scoffs, telling him, Beauty Thor is cold, why not say so? Hulk warm as there is. And then she kisses him, giving Thor her radiated heat. A short while later, outside the destroyed doors, Thor walks out, holding the blood of Ymir, stating that you have my many thanks, Lady Hulk. She grunts, stating, whatever, want to smash things now. And Odin says, aye, that we will. With this new weapon, there will be much smashing indeed. He turns away, telling them, make a good thunderous show, boy. Just as you once did, and when it's all finished, when it's all come to its oh-so-predictable end. When you lie in the blood-drenched ruin at the feet of the final host, face your judgment like a god. Say farewell to Midgard once and for all, just as you should have done. But while everyone prepares for their grand attack back at the North Pole, Loki explains to Cap more of the story of the first Celestial. He says that the Celestial came by some cosmic design. It just merely fell. It fell because it was dying. As it turns out, even an omnipotent space god can get sick every now and then. And it came down with a rather nasty infection. The infection would be called the Horde. The Celestial had encountered a swarm of cosmic locusts that were traveling in deep space. In those days, the Horde would normally feast on infant worlds, but there was even more power inside of a Celestial they discovered. These particular Celestial are now hopelessly infested, the first of its kind to ever become diseased, Patient Zero. It landed on the muck of Earth before it formed, where it vomited and bled and wept its radioactive tears before slumping over and dying. That sickness seeped into the earth, flowing through the shifting seas and the primordial rock and lava. The infection stewed for 1,000,000 years until the entire planet had become diseased, forever altering the Earth's evolutionary trajectory. But why is the Earth so uniquely eccentric within the near infinite number of planets spread across the heavens? It's not because of some grand purpose, but because of that bubbling black puddle of celestial regurgitation, the monstrous things that would come slithering out of it, and the guesses as to what those monsters are. Loki lifts his hand and he points at Cap. You and your mutated gamma-irradiated web-slinging ilk. And this is who you have to thank, the progenitor, the god who died so that you might live. Down below the two of them, Ghost Rider slowly drives up listening. Whoa, we're God's vomit. Yeah, I could kind of see that. Cap struggles in his chain, stating, you just don't get it. It doesn't matter how life started, it only matters what we do with it, and what I'm going to do with mine. Cap stands up, headbutting Loki, and Loki quickly contains him, telling him, I understand how you feel. However, my story isn't over. The next Celestial came to Earth in 1,000,000 BC, seeking out that progenitor who disappeared so many years before. The Celestial's name was Zagarb the Aspirant, and soon found the lonely place of the dying corpse, teeming with millions of writhing horde bugs. The sight must have drove the poor Celestial insane. Or perhaps it was the Horde infection that quickly found itself a fresh meal. Either way, the Celestial found no love on this world. Instead, your father and the prehistoric henchmen bludgeoned the poor Celestial senseless and left it for dead deep within the earth. They hoped they'd seen the last of its kind. Clearly, they did not. But now with two missing Celestials, Earth got the attention of the entire host. The All-Father of Asgard prepared to face his final judgment. But in its wake, none came. The first host left all as it was. They left the Celestial buried in the ground, slowly succumbing to the infection. It would have been that the first host feared falling victim to the Horde disease themselves and wanted to keep it contained on Earth, and their plan worked. But no longer now, huh? As you've seen, all of the hosts are now dead, all except the final one, all except for mine. The Horde disease did not kill Zagreb like the progenitor. They changed him into the first of their own rabid brand of Dark Celestial. He was named Zagreb the Sorrower, and together with the rest of his kind, he infected and felled every Celestial in existence. But as Loki goes on, he suddenly feels the pull of a chain around his neck. Ghost Rider tightens up the chain, telling him, cool story,